I think we are right here at the top of the hour. Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Raja.
Hi
Good morning.
Niranjan, good morning.
Hello, morning. I think we should still give it a minute, considering it's just 5 of us, 6 of us. No, just 5 of us.
Yeah, we'll start at 9:35. By that, they should be able to join.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, I hope Inba is okay. She'll be like, I joined 10 minutes before and you are making me wait. Sorry, Inba.
That's totally fine. That's totally
Saturday
fine.
mornings are very, very hard to join. I don't know how you people join, yeah.
Trust me, I'm a person who wakes up very late and likes to sleep later. So it's hard
Next
for me as well.
1 year, your sleep is gone. Sorry.
That's okay.
And you paid for it.
Yeah, I know.
Last batch, we had one girl who was about to deliver on 20th of July, but she delivered on 14th of July. And the last final exam was on 13th of July, one day before her delivery. And you won't believe if I tell you, she delivered from her labor room. Like she did her exam from her labor room. I was
What?
shocked.
So much commitment.
Yeah, I was like, I actually, it was a scheduled test, and I said, if you are not able to do it, it's okay. Do it after whenever you're feeling better. And within 1.5 hours, she's mailing me. She's telling me, no, I don't think I can do it after the delivery. I have done it. I was like, really? Are you really serious? And she
Yeah.
sent me a photo, like where she said, from the labor ward, saying that I'm here. I'm like, crazy female, why did you have to do it? It sounds like I forced you to do it. She said, no, it's okay. And she came for the convocation with the baby, 23-year-old, 23-day-old baby. And we were all
Oh,
so surprised, so cute she was.
I know.
and
I
here
think,
we are struggling to wake up.
I know.
but it's true that, like when you speak of motivation, right?
Hmm.
It's just crazy the kind of motivation triggers that can occur in people.
Yeah.
And then once they occur, there is no looking back. So then all these things of like, I mean, if I have to give you my own example, right? I
Hmm.
think I never really believed in exercise, not believed, but I never really took time out for exercising until 2020, the year COVID hit. And my father would always like be like, you should do a little of it, half an hour, if not anything, just go walk for an hour. Like walking is probably the laziest form of exercise you could do, in the sense that you just need to walk. There's nothing else to do. But I would
Yeah.
always have an excuse, work, and truly an excuse. Why I say excuse, because I would work for 14 hours a day, 10 hours a day. So it's not like I was, not doing anything, but it was still an excuse because I was trying to find a reason not to do it, blaming the work and saying, oh, this, whatever. COVID hit, and, I lost my father during that period of time. Not due to COVID, but, just other natural reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And a month after that, I started exercising. Till date, I have not stopped.
Oh, God.
So, I mean, motivation triggers, I mean, there is just so much research on it that what exactly motivates people, they say. There's absolutely no definitive answer even today.
Very
That
true.
what motivates. Suddenly you will feel like, so they will, of course, they say that largely 2 or 3 life events change things. We discussed this in class also, I think. Marriage, birth of a child, death of a parent, or death of a very closed one, and divorce. These things, they say, change, and whatever assumptions you have about yourself, that, okay, I can do this, I can't do this. Just wait for one of these things to happen.
Mm.
Um, and you will see that these assumptions can completely go out of the window and you will completely change. But I'm sure there are different triggers, but largely they say 80-90% of the people change good for bad or bad for good. I mean, the change can happen both ways due to one of these reasons, possibly. So yeah. So I don't know, Imba, and that's not my business to ask, but you said you find it hard to get up. If you're not married already, when you get married, after that, maybe your motivation will be, oh, I need to get up. Or you might motivate the other person to say, you also sleep. Let us not bother the world, just go to sleep.
I think my motivation is that it's something new that I just want to learn. Maybe that's why I'm awake, or
Yeah,
else it would be even more hard.
absolutely. Yeah.
This is for the good. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is for the good. Yeah.
Sheena is still
Hey.
sleepy, huh?
Sorry?
You're still
Yeah.
sleepy?
I am after my shift. I was in a
Oh
night
my
shift.
God, you're on a
Oh,
night shift. My God, I
Yeah.
don't know how you people manage. Yeah.
Yeah, even the problem I can manage, but the thing is, my kids' holiday today, like
Oh
they awake.
God.
That's a problem. They are behind me, but then yeah, it's manageable.
yeah. All right. I think we'll get started.
Yeah, sure.
With what we have. So yeah, good morning, everyone. Sorry, we were just waiting for people to come, and then we thought we'll just have a side chat. So hope those of you joined were not thinking, what the hell are these guys discussing in a class where we normally start off with OB, and why are they thinking about you know random topics? So all right. I think I saw Abhishek. Abhishek is here. All right. Yeah. Okay. Good morning. So, I think where we ended really last time is around group properties. We were discussing some of the darker sides of what happens in groups, and like most of the advantages we uncovered with respect to groups. We also looked at the fact that okay, advantages are there, but advantages never really operate in isolation. When you speak of advantages, there is naturally going to be disadvantages. So we spoke of a few disadvantages, and maybe anybody wants to refresh and talk about what are the disadvantages we spoke about with respect to groups.
We spoke about social loafing
Yeah.
and groupthink and group shift, and how it can be more time consuming, because it can also be a disadvantage and an advantage, because a lot of number of people means more diversity, so we can get different perspectives, can be more creative. But to come up with a solution where everyone needs to agree on could be time consuming, is also another problem that we looked at.
Right. Okay. Any other thoughts from the last few classes? Last two, actually. I mean, we started with group behavior on Monday. This is our third class, and we'll conclude groups today. But yeah, I mean, we've spent, I think, most class time on groups because this is by far the single biggest formation in a organization that you will come across that has a significant impact on productivity and teamwork. Of course, we also looked at the distinction between groups and teams, but frankly, for simplicity's sake and for the sake of causing less confusion and not getting too theoretical, one of the problems about why OB is considered a complicated subject, not for us because we are studying it today, but at the time of application, is because it tries to go into some of these distinctions, which personally I find very unnecessary. Because I think when a lot of OB theories were written, organizations were mostly industrial in nature. And therefore, a lot of these distinctions come from the fact that you are keeping in mind an industry, a manufacturing setup. Maybe after a while, maybe it was more like military setups and all. It all, if you go back and start reading a little bit of history, right? Depending on what happened in the world, organizations were a reflection of what was happening in the world. So at one time, you had manufacturing very high because a lot of production was happening. People had discovered scientific tools, and then suddenly there was a surge in this thing. in production. Then world wars happened. Then liberalization happened. So you see, whatever happens in the world is a reflection of what happens in organizations too. So therefore, these distinctions of groups, teams, I personally would say understand it because you are an OB student. Be aware, but don't try to apply it exactly the way it is in organization, because you might then find that one, you're complicating things too much. Two, you might even find that it's almost difficult for you to draw this distinction in companies. So understand it for the sake of it. So we, did have that like conversation about groups and teams, and we mainly said that, look, what we see in organizations today is essentially groups. Because even within HR, we say, okay, this is the HR team. But the moment you have the HR team comprised of functions like recruitment, TM, L&D, onboarding, payroll, these are not there is a lot of handoff that happens between these two teams. So recruitment hands over something to onboarding hands over something to payroll then works with finance to make the salary payment to the new hire. So there's no doubt a flow of information that occurs in this whole process. However, it still doesn't make them a team if I go as per the textbook definition, because between recruitment and onboarding a lot of information sharing happens, right? Similarly, it is possible that when we say individual accountability, recruitment has an individual accountability of hiring new people. Onboarding has an individual accountability of making sure that they're part of the organization, the system is ready, email is there, people have. Payroll has an individual accountability of making sure that they're paid on time, right? So those are, and then, as you think more, you'll find more and more such uh, examples that draw a distinction between groups and teams. But leaving that aside, I would say, having understood the context, concept a little better, we kind of move on and not dwell too much upon it, right? But you have these slides with you available, so feel free to feel free to take a look and go deeper if you wish to. You may not need to, however, at the application level. So today we will spend a little time on, of course, we will go through a lot of these group theories that we've discussed. We will brush through some of them, but we'll focus a fair amount of time today on why do we need groups? Of course, we spoke about these 7 or 8 aspects related to why groups are even formed. Why do organizations form groups? So what I would like to do, and I didn't realize that this maybe there might be this application here of breakout rooms. I don't know if you have used breakout rooms in the past, but I don't know if that's allowed here. Let me see. Otherwise, I am okay for us to have a group discussion also. No, I don't see. I will check. I will check. So the first conversation I wanted to get into is, and maybe you can make a note of this maybe in your notebooks. Why do we need groups, right? So these are 6 reasons why research suggests why we need groups, right? What we will do now as a group is, let us try to identify 2 parameters of grouping. One is from the individual's perspective. 2 is from the organization's perspective. So when you let me illustrate this. When you say security is a need to form groups, why is it a need if an individual were to see it? And similarly, why is it a need from the organizational angle, security? And similarly, we'll try and explore, some of the other 5 as well, right? So if you can make a note, because then I'll open the screen for So you're clear with the question, right? Why do we need to form groups? But we'll take a level below and say one from the organization standpoint, one from the individual standpoint. Right. So take a couple of minutes to maybe first just jot down your own thoughts first before we jump into like talking about it. So maybe like 5-ish minutes to say this is what you think, right? Individual, organization.
Niranjan, sorry, I missed the first part of the question. Individual or organization, what is that that we're supposed to do?
Yeah, so there are 6 needs that have been identified as why groups are needed. 6
Okay.
needs are satisfied.
Hmm.
But what we will discuss now is from an organizational angle and from an individual angle, there could be different reasons why these needs exist. So we'll explore these reasons.
Sure. Okay.
Got little lost. You asked some question and what am I supposed to do with it?
Sorry, Dipti, didn't get you fully.
No, I got little lost. You asked some question. What are we supposed to do with it?
Okay. So what we are trying to do right now is there are a set of 6 needs that are fulfilled by group formation, correct?
Yes.
So we are now going to explore, and what everybody is doing is just making notes before they start talking on, with respect to these needs, identify the individual reasons for these needs and organizational reasons for these needs. So for example, when you say security, what aspects of security does a individual look forward to in a group? What aspects of security does the organization look forward to in a group? And then similarly, we'll explore the remaining 5.
Thank you so much. Are you sharing something?
No,
Did
no,
you share something till now?
no, nothing.
No?
No,
Yeah,
no.
because I'm in the gallery view, so I can just see everybody. But I don't know if I missed anything that you were sharing.
No, nothing.
Okay, fine. Then I'm with you all.
So yeah, just maybe another 2-3 minutes because let's do some self work first, and then we will start discussing it. And Okay. If you need more time, that's fine, but I hope we can get started.
So let me start. So why do we need to form group as an organization perspective to share skills and knowledge to among each other and to achieve the common goal, the company vision and mission, and to encourage and motivate each other. So this is the organization perspective. I've noted 3 points, and in respect of individual perspective, learning and networking and connecting each other. We can networking and easy to complete. So if it has been more people, we can easily complete that task. And then being responsible. So if we are in the group, if some task has been assigned to us, so we are responsible to complete that. So this is my point, Niranjan.
Okay. Hey, give me a second. I'm just going to start making some notes. Sorry, I have to re-log in. Just a minute. Yeah. I missed to note what you said, but I'll catch up.
To share skills and knowledge in organization perspective, to achieve goals, and to motivate each other.
All right, here we are. Sorry, Anantapriya, I'm going to have to ask you to
So organization
so we
and
had said,
individual. So
yeah.
organization,
Are
share
we-
skills and knowledge.
No problem. Are we still talking about safety, or have we picked up another need?
Yes, so we feel safety if we are working in the group.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let me make a note, and probably this I can park it here for now. We'll see where to place it later. So you mentioned organizational skills and knowledge.
To achieve goals, the
Yeah.
common goals of an organization,
Yes.
and to encourage or motivate each other.
Yeah. Okay.
And then when individual, learning, networking, and being responsible.
Okay, good. Thanks. But just to probably go need by need, we'll start with safety. Right? When we said that safety is one of the needs, or security, right? Security is one of the needs. What is the how do you evaluate security from an individual perspective and an organization perspective?
People feel connected and supported, and they feel, secure in a group.
Why do people feel secure in a group?
Because there are a lot of people in a group, so that they can
Yeah, I mean, there is emotional safety and
yes,
reduces
emotional
anxiety.
safety and work related support,
It happens. No, I mean, suppose when we know there is a complex task or a bit of crisis moment. If it is, I'm the only individual who has to manage it or has to take the load. Perhaps if there is even one more person we know that okay, things are. I mean, these psychological aspects are very well distributed, and it's not only someone's single responsibility. So
Yeah, workload is being shared.
so especially in high pressure, I mean, environments, it works very well from the individual standpoint, and from organization, I think it's help stabilize kind of employee behavior and reduce turnover also, kind of by fostering a sense of belonging.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Niranjan, can you
the-
hear me?
yes,
Can you see me? Because I can't see my video. So
yes, can see you.
yes, sir. Okay. Yeah. So see, basically this safety, when we talk about is a organization perspective. You know, every individual has their own strength and weaknesses. You know, it's like somebody may be good at something, and someone may be other thing. Like some may be very good in conceptualization. Somebody may be very good in the literally doing things. So it's basically to complement the strength. I can good at something, so I can contribute something better than the others when I'm participating in the group. And also it is compensate my weaknesses also. I will be having certain weaknesses. I may not be good at communication. I may not be good at, so it's basically to, do with the strength, of my, what I can complement to the group, and also what I get benefit out of the group. So it will be like, when you talk about organization do different things. You cannot tell the same person to do the multitasking. So everybody should be contributing with at their own level, at the best of their abilities, and bringing it's a kind of a synthesizing process. How the manufacturing happens. So it's like when you talk about the car manufacturing, you need many things, and put together it comes to a final product. It's like a mechanical system. So the same way the people have also the brain work in different manner, and people have different kind of intellectual and strength. So the group work as a collective, common purpose, and also to see that what is the goal has been, it has been focused towards the same purpose of the collective group.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what. It involves creativity also, and attention to the details, and reflection of their own strengths. Yeah, these are the things I noted.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty interesting point. Let's think about it at our own workplaces. That someone can compensate for my weaknesses. That's a pretty good way of looking at why groups exist or why they should exist, and the individual benefits, because everybody comes with strengths and weaknesses. And I will have a weakness, and if somebody else has that strength, which is in a natural group formation, that will automatically happen. That my weakness will be covered because it will be somebody's strength. Automatically in a natural group formation. When you force fit to groups, then that's a different issue. But naturally, when you allow 10 people to come together, or if you were to simply, like just stand up in your office and say, okay, 10 people come together, you will see that everybody will have some level of complementary skills. At the organization level, what do you think security means when it comes to groups? Why does the organization, or let's say organization, let's say in this case leadership, your top leadership, why do they look at groups and say, yeah, we get a sense of security that this organization is secure because of these groups? What do groups do at the org level?
Is it for the same need security you are saying?
Yes, for security. We are still at security.
Maybe with the organizational perspective, groups create backup. Like if one person is on leave, like the other person can ensure continuity of work, right?
Yes, that's a very good point.
Yeah.
Because for organization at the end of the day, even though as much as we say that companies should run on processes, protocols, policies, nothing should be dependent on one person. And that's a fair expectation. But in reality, if your key team member leaves, I'm not saying the organization will shut down tomorrow. No, that's too far-fetched. That will not happen no matter who leaves. But it will cause disruption in the short term, which most organizations in today's day and age may not want to afford. So when you have a group and not an individual, you will see that organizations value groups because they provide you the security of a backup. So if tomorrow somebody is sick and has to be at home, perfect. Somebody else will do the job. Now, maybe that somebody may not do the job at the same level of efficiency. And that's fair because at the end of the day, everybody brings in a certain level of competency. But it's not that it will become zero. It may not be 100%. Maybe it will be 70%. And companies are saying, yeah, we are okay with 70%. But groups give you that security. What else? What else do groups do for organizations as far as security is concerned? Have you tried to maybe look at it also from the angle of, or the hint I can give you is, one is you've looked at it from the angle of backup succession, which means somebody's going. The other is from the angle of organizational growth, right? If you were to link growth of the company to the security of the company, what comes to your mind? Like, how is growth and security connected?
Can I just share some?
Sure.
So security could be actual security of data, and because when you're in a group, it's not easy to cheat or it's not easy to breach because you're already looked by, you're looked upon by so many others. So that way it actually adds to the actual security as the security perspective,
Yeah.
that way.
That's a very good point, actually. Very, very good point. What you're saying is that because there are more people, the likelihood of wrongdoing is reduced. Correct?
Absolutely. Yes.
Because everybody's
Absolutely.
watching everyone. That is
Yes.
pretty good. So,
Breach
I
of
would,
contract or breach of
yeah,
data, stealing data, or some people doing two jobs from the environment. Same, like if I'm just seated alone in a room with only one computer, then I can do multiple things if I'm not thinking right. But if I'm in a group of 6 people, then I'm cautious of what I'm doing because
yeah,
everybody is
yeah.
watching.
Very good point. So there is a term called the bystand, not the, it's actually more used in a negative sense. But
Okay.
I would say in a positive sense, what you're saying is that somebody's always watching me and I'm always watching somebody. So automatically it creates this cycle of good behavior because when I'm watching somebody, I know that I also have to be equally well behaved. And when somebody's watching me, so it creates this cycle. And groups do that very, very well. Now imagine if you did not have groups and if they were just individuals who are absolutely not talking to each other, then how is leadership, which is basically nothing but organization, how are we going to keep a watch? It's nearly impossible. So you create something like a citizen police, right? I mean, what is citizen police? I heard that a couple of months back, I think in Korea or some place around Korea, or I don't know whether it was Singapore or Indonesia, I don't know, one of these places, uh, they don't have enough police people. For whatever reason, they've not been able to hire so many people. So what they did is, they in the case of traffic violations, otherwise, because I don't think traffic police are like, it's not the hottest job in the police department, right? Nobody wants to be in traffic. It's so bad, they say. So they didn't have enough police. So what they did is they shared an advertisement in the paper saying, all citizens, if they send us photographs of traffic violations, we will give them money. So if you give me a photograph of someone who is, crossing the speed limit of whatever is the speed limit, and I take a photograph of that person and upload it onto their website, and then I put my details in, and then they identify that yes, this was a violation, they actually will give me $10, let's say. And if somebody's parked in the wrong area, take a photograph, put it up. So automatically what this end up, so maybe the intention at a very basic level was, I mean, I don't know, maybe it sounded okay. What happened is that's completely off topic, but the camera sales in that particular country went up suddenly because everybody went and started buying cameras. Because everybody started become a citizen police, right? So that's the dark side of it, that good ideas sometimes go to the other extreme when you don't implement them properly and things like that. But anyway, that's not the point. We are not concerned about the cameras. What we are concerned about is each one watching each other can make for a fairly positive culture, as long as people are not interrupting each other, right? So, but that's definitely a positive side of organizations. And in a way, it keeps the organization secure. I mean, it is related to security that somebody does something wrong, there will be a whistleblower, standing around you, and somebody will watch you and they'll complain about it. Okay, anything else with respect to organizations, groups, and security?
So according to me, like we get multiple ideas. So if plan A is not working, we can discuss and then we can change plan B. If any failures are coming in plan A, again we discuss and then execute plan B, plan C, and we can see the progression. So it is something that comes in my mind.
Yes, I agree. And that's also an aspect of security in the sense that when you talk of business continuity, if I have to use one word, 2 words rather, this is the concept of business continuity, that when you are working in groups from the organization angle, one, we said it is backup succession. One person leaves, somebody's already there to take care of it. Great. But again, the organization is not dependent on one person. Sometimes the organization may be dependent on a group for certain output. And because, I guess, because it's a group formation, the assumption is that they will come up with enough possibilities to execute work, plan A, plan B, like you said, and business continuity, like I said. So that's another brilliant point forward. So you see how, one need of security, the need to form a group, which is security, can have very different benefits to the organization and to the individual. And of course, sometimes these individuals, these benefits for the org and the individual could overlap. But largely from what we see right now on screen, based on what you have said, we see that individual is benefiting as much as the organization, which is why forming groups and being part of groups is a two-way, is a two-way benefit. Both the benefit, the individual is benefiting, but not just the individual, but the company also stands to benefit.
Niranjan, this if you talk about individual, there will be always a self-interest will be there, no? There will be
Yeah.
that could be avoided when it is,
Yes. Yes. Self-interest can be avoided. Yeah. Self-interest may go low. I mean, it may not be eliminated, but yeah, I agree that self-interest can be avoided. But again, what we've also seen in the social loafing concept is that if the leader does not manage the organization effectively, the same self-interest will translate into social loafing and cause more trouble for the the group, the leader, and the company too. So self-interest will always be there. Naturally, it will be there. It's there in all of us. Each of us have self-interest. But when you're part of a group, you just put it aside and forget about it for a while. But you don't completely sacrifice it. Problem comes when self-interest becomes your primary goal and then starts converting to social loafing or other problems. Okay. So as you will see, one need can have two completely different dimensions. So let's explore now status. Remember we spoke of status as being, you remember, anybody wants to take a shot at what pertains to the status need? What is the status need? First of all, before we get into the organization, what is status in groups?
So being with a knowledgeable crowd or good crowd, the individual feel no, I'm in a very good crowd, so I learn things. So feel being secure and all, like social status with the team.
Okay. So in your respective organizations today,
These are the steps.
yeah, in your respective organizations today, which are the teams that you feel enjoy very high status in terms of, oh, what an amazing team, what a cool team? Which teams get that kind of perceived status in your current organizations?
I see the HR team only, very cool nowadays because in night shift, the HR involvement is not that much because we have much female staffs, but I see only one male, and majority of the team managers and the operations team itself secure the crowd. So the whenever any HR used to come and give some update, they just come and give update and go. Like I don't see the involvement completely when it comes to, because there is no weekly activity because agents are doing night shift. I don't see that they are doing, but then they used to it. So I see that particular person is very cool. He comes in his own time, go in own time. So that person is little cool according to me. HR team.
So for clarity, yeah, go ahead.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
No, I was saying, Sheena, for clarity, you're saying that HR team does not enjoy that status, you're saying?
They are actually, I don't see here the HR is taking the ownership of their role. So, and there is no much escalation. That is also a reason, when it comes to this project, I don't see much escalation. It's very chill process because of that. This department is very.
Yeah, but my question was, which team enjoys positive status, that when you look at that team, you're like, wow, that's such a great team to be part of?
Okay. Like another way. Okay, fine. Look, which department? Then I see, like, I will say my department only because since the team is very tenured and the sales is organic now, so it happens very naturally. So I don't want to push for targets. They are not meeting the targets, and I don't want to go and push and all. Like it comes naturally, like whatever the target we have. But then yes, of course, we have defaulters, we have bottom performers. That is a different, like all that I go and coach and making them to sale, that is okay, but still I don't want to take much pressure when it comes to because I always see sales teams always under pressure to meet the numbers. But according to me, because I have settled many things now, I feel little relaxed. Just all I will do is go and attend the meeting, share my data and then present my data, and I'll get the inputs and then distribute. So I feel my department is little cool.
And what department is yours?
I'm into a sales. I'm a sales manager.
Salesman. Okay. All right. Okay. We get it. What else? What are those examples of status do we have from other companies?
So I can tell the finance department. Okay, so they ask for datas all the time, but I don't know where they will the budgeting and everything. If you're planning for something, so they are the people to tell about even whatever the department is, like sales or HR. The all company budget is in CFO's hand. So for anything, we need to go for the approvals to them if we want to have some events or if we want to have some trainings. So the control is with them. So I feel they are whenever they ask for the data, all the departments needs to give the data. They will ask for a data within they will ask in the afternoon, we need to give it in within 1 hour or 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's very urgent. It's very urgent. So we have the meeting with board, we have the meeting with the leader and everyone, like so I feel they are and they will have auditors, they're ready to give the audits, so findings. So I feel finance departments is quite
Yeah.
happy.
True, actually.
Okay. All right. Thankfully, we don't have any finance people. Otherwise, this would have been a very controversial thing to say. Because finance always says it's HR who enjoys a lot of status. So I'm like, okay, the jury is not out yet. We don't know what the final, we don't know what the reality is. But yeah, both feel each other enjoy more status. Okay, so when you think of sales or finance, you when you, and you say, okay, let's take the example of finance, right? Because I'm sure everybody deals with finance in this team. What do you think contributes to the status? Firstly, from the individual side, and secondly, from the organization side. Like, so when you think, okay, finance enjoys the status, why do you think that happens? Like, you are an individual and you are saying this today, right? I think that was Anantapriya, if I'm not wrong. So Anantapriya, why do you think, because as an individual, you're thinking they enjoy the status, right? So as an individual, why does that happen? How does that happen rather? Because from the, concept standpoint, nobody's more important or less important. They are all equally important, which is why they exist in the organization, conceptually. But yet we know that in reality, some teams enjoy this perception of status more than others, right? So an individual, why do you think this happens?
So I want to fit into the status thing, right? So because I feel they have the complete responsibility of company profit and loss. So working in a finance department or taking a responsibility in finance department is more responsible, gives the status to connect with each and every department, even the leader as well, to give a control over it.
Yes, that's right. So now when you think of from the individual's perspective, an individual is deciding to join a group, right? And the need that is being fulfilled is status. And some element of status also reflects on self-esteem. So look at both, right? Self and status and self-esteem. That's the need you are trying to fulfill by being part of a group. So now from an individual angle, do you see that this thing of control, this thing of P&L being, my responsibility is P&L. My responsibility is all the money that goes around. in this organization. My responsibility is to make sure I speak to the board member and I present all these financials and give them a true state of the money situation in the company. When you start associating something bigger than yourself, right? So when you say control, when you say P&L, yeah, you are doing something related to it. But obviously, nobody controls the full thing. But when you start associating your work with something significantly higher, uh, than yourself, you start perceiving that to be a positive sign of status. Let's say, even in the case of sales, I can view my role as, okay, I have to go and sell this product. I have to go and sell this pen to 100 customers tomorrow, right? That is one way of looking at it. Very transactional way, that I have to sell 100 of these pens to, I have to sell this pen to 100 people tomorrow. That's my sales target for tomorrow. That's one way of looking. The other way of looking at it is, I'm selling this pen to 100 people tomorrow who will go and sign on checkbooks, who will go and write an exam and be successful in their life, who will go and write, maybe prescriptions so that people can get healthier. Now, the moment I start seeing this little pen here and start elevating the status to, like just selling pens, to selling pens to 100 students who will go on to become tomorrow's IAS, IPS officers, right? Where I elevate my own, in the individual's mind, where I elevate my status helps me to determine, do I need to be part of this group or no? The moment I look at my team and say, oh, you know what, we're just providing data all day. Oh, you know what? People just come, they bulldoze this thing, and they go away. So it's very important that the individual has to feel a sense of pride in whatever they do, which contributes to their status. Clear?
Yeah, and one more thing I just wanted to point out here, because when it comes to individual,
Your voice is gone. Actually, I can't hear you well.
doesn't want to be there. In my previous organization now,
No, I think we lost you. Is that me or just okay? I
No,
think
no,
she
your
joined.
network is bad.
No
So,
problem, no problem. So you understand status, how an individual perceives the status. If he's joining the finance team, this person will say, I'm joining a team which controls everything in this organization. Now, whether it is the reality or just a perception, we are not getting into that, because perception is reality as far as an individual is concerned. So if perception is reality and I think, oh, I'm joining the most important team in this organization, automatically you will, you would have elevated your status in your own mind. Clear?
that's true even for HR, right, Niranjan? Because we are the
Absolutely.
custodians of all confidential data.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sometimes people just want to come and talk to you because they know that you will know information which probably they wouldn't know, or
Yeah.
you would know it earlier than to when it would come out to them.
Correct. Correct.
Is this also go with the vision of the company? If somebody wants to join some company, if they feel that their esteem is high, to motivate them to go to the company which suits their interest and elevation of their status. Like, no, I'm good. I'm interested in join Google, which goes my my own kind of a self-esteem to boost up.
Absolutely. And again, when we are thinking of groups and definitions of groups, and we said this class is a group. That's true. Now, similarly, in an organization, the whole organization effectively is also a group, because as a group, they are interacting, they are interdependent, and have a common objective. So when you think of a Google or an Apple, there is a status associated with these organizations from a marketing or the perception angle in the market. So when you think of Google, somehow you think of a company that's very cool, right? The recall effect of Google is also a very cool company, because that's how we have always seen Google people being. They go. I mean, I remember when Google actually started operations in India, as against most companies who used to have a unsaid dress code, Google said it's okay, you can come in shorts also. And people just were amazed at the fact that, oh, you can go to work in shorts. Microsoft did that, right? Also did that. So they were trying to create a status about themselves. And free food, the best restaurant in the city, whichever city Google is operating in. At that time, I remember it was in Hyderabad, Bangalore, Gurgaon. The best restaurant in the city would be their main caterer. So they would have like almost like a mini restaurant. So everybody started looking at Google as, oh, it's such a cool company to work with. Now, it's a different thing that once you entered the company, it was like any other organization. You had to do work like any other organization, the good and the bad, all of that. But the status in the minds of the people of Google was very, very high, which is why people wanted to be part of the group called Google. Okay, all right, let's move on. From the organization standpoint, how do you think the need for status is achieved through groups? The need for status from an organization standpoint, how is it achieved?
So if you have a particular kind of a status established, so status is like you said, the perception of, what you think or people think. So it will help them in business growth also. It will help attract a certain group of clients, because it's just like how you would want to go to a certain brand. You may want to buy, say, brand X for something, and which may be an average brand, but then you know that okay, this is an expensive brand, right? So that way, like status, like for an organization, say Louis Vuitton, if it's an organization, okay, then it has a specific set of buyers as an organization because it has some kind of an established status and legacy, and definitely the entire background of how it was started, and why it is what it is. So likewise, in any organization, if an organization has a particular status, say if the status is that company X is extremely good in providing cybersecurity solutions, then that's the status that has formed for that company, and hence it will give more comfort to the clients who are looking for this aspect as their primary need to be fulfilled, to approach organization X um, uh, as their first preference or first choice, or could be top 3 choices. So it will help
Absolutely.
in business
Yes.
growth.
No, I think that definitely that's a very good insight. Organizations eventually want to be known for something, and they cannot simply be known for it without people. And definitely, there is no way, I mean, it's almost impossible that one individual or a group of individuals, acting as individuals, can make anything like that happen. So it's always a group that will do work that will define what the organization is known for. So let's take Apple, right? Apple as a company makes a lot of iPhones. They make iPads also. They make MacBooks also. They make monitors. They make a lot of hardware. But when you think of Apple, what do you first think of? iPhones, right? iPhone is the single most popular product of Apple as an organization. Of course, iPads, everything they make 10 other things. They sell software also, I think now. But Apple is known for what? iPhone. Now, can iPhone be created by one individual, or can iPhone be created even, let's say, by 500 individuals acting as individuals? No, it's not possible. It's not possible that even if 500 brilliant people come together, but they act independently, they will not be able to make the best iPhone. It's only when these 500 people come together and form a group, that is when magic happens. And then, of course, iPhones and whatever they are known for. So every company wants to be known for something. That's why they exist. I cannot think of any organization that says, I don't want to be known for anything. I'm okay. Then they will perish. You have to be known for something, right? Reliance, for example, it does 1,000 things. They are in practically whichever sector you name it, Reliance is there. But Reliance for what? Mainly for what? What do you, when you think of Reliance, what comes to mind? You can type it up also if you want. Correct? Geo, yes. What else?
Unlimited free data. Earlier they launched free data and voice, something like that.
Correct. So today, when we think of Reliance, we think of Geo. Sometime back, when we thought of Reliance, we also thought of chemicals, oil. And the status need keeps changing. Geo was not even existing 5 or 6 years back, I think, right? Reliance was at that time known for something else. Oil. They had ventured into oil. They were into textiles. At one point of time, you have all these Reliance electronic stores. So depending on what they wanted to be known for, but today it's known for Geo. You think of Reliance, you think of Geo, right? So it is the status associated with the kind of work that you do is what creates the need for grouping in organization. And that's why organizations say, yeah, we will form groups to do this job, right? I personally cannot think of any organization today that completely relies on individual work. Maybe some government organizations, yes. But again, that's bureaucracy, very different expectations and different this thing in terms of what you need to do. So that's a different issue. But except government organizations that may be running, even there, significant amount of grouping happens. But I can think of a lot of examples why government organizations may operate as a standalone, set of individuals. But in private companies that are for profit, because government organizations are not for profit, for private companies that exist for profit, I cannot think of a single company that wants to achieve something by not really focusing on groups and they derive some status out of it. Okay.
Yeah, Niranjan, one more thing that,
Yes.
the organization also look into the common people, and their common purpose. Like when we talk about the Reliance or Geo, it like
Yeah.
unlimited bandwidth to the individual. They are not part of the organization or not, but outside the organization. So every organization which has been designed to motivate or elevate the purpose of the common people, I think there the status goes also. The people also benefit and the organization get the status as well. Even iPhone, if you take, like, it gives them more comfort and then the effectiveness and any kind of a thing. I think that also there.
Yes. So what comes to your mind now when you think of self-esteem as a need? I have a need for self-esteem. Even if you were to go back to Maslow's hierarchy, one of the absolute needs is for fulfillment of my self-esteem before I even move up the ladder. How does working in groups help an individual fulfill the need of self-esteem? Why does an individual feel that, yes, my self-esteem is being boosted because I'm working in a group? How? Why?
I feel like there's more scope for people to appreciate and recognize the work that you do, because each person
Yes.
has to contribute. So there's a lot of recognition and acknowledgement, which makes me feel like I'm doing good and supported, which could also make me feel like I belong to this group.
Correct. Absolutely. The term I will use is reciprocity, because effectively in a group, what happens is I appreciate someone, you appreciate me, right? That's the culture. It's very, very normal, like for appreciation to take place in groups. Because again, go back to its definition: interdependent, interacting, feedback giving, appreciation giving is an element of interacting. Interacting is not just I interact with you for work. Interaction is not just, okay, give me this, give me that. No. Interaction is also, hey, thank you. I think you did a wonderful job. And in a healthy team, the same interaction also involves, hey, I think this was such a bad job you did, right? That's okay. But focusing on the positive, reciprocity is a human need, that I give you something, you give me something in return. In a group, it happens more easily, quickly, naturally, because you are interdependent with the other individual, right? You are saying that, okay, I need this from you, and therefore, sometimes I will just take that extra effort of saying a thank you, because unless you feel good about me, you're not going to be able to help. So reciprocity is there. So it's absolutely true that self-esteem goes up as soon as someone comes and tells me, hey, I think you did a fantastic job. Okay, what else? What else at the individual level? We're talking of self-esteem, right? One of the ways that self-esteem also improves. Now, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, not for me to judge, not for us to judge. One of the ways self-esteem also comes, and there was a point where I think not today, but maybe the other day we discussed that in a group you will have different levels of competencies. Some people will be high on something, some people will be low. I think, yeah, we discussed earlier also, my weakness can be somebody's strength, but my strength can also be somebody's weakness. Now, it's human nature that when I know to do something and I know that I'm really good at it, right? Which also means that when I feel that I'm good at something, somewhere deep down in my subconscious, I believe others are not as good at it. Somewhere deep down. Now, this may not be the healthiest way to develop self-esteem, but it does contribute to my self-esteem to know that this is something that I can do so well, and others are not able to do it so well. Now, that's my assessment of others. I agree. But as long as it is contributing to my self-esteem, I'm saying it's okay, because it helps me to stay in this group. Because if my perception is not going to be that, if my perception is going to be that, I am so low, I don't know anything, everybody in the team knows everything, then for me to be in the group is going to be very, very difficult. Okay. So self-esteem is also coming from that angle where I feel I'm superior to others. Now, when can this take a bad turn? When I make this part of when I start believing in it, to the extent that I'm like, okay, nothing else matters to me. This is what is true. Then it takes a dark side. But as long as it's, within the parameters of, I think I'm better than you, my self-esteem goes up that second. Job is done. Now, tell me from an organizational standpoint, of course, you can add from an individual standpoint also, but from an organizational standpoint, how do you think self-esteem contributes to the need that the company has to have groups? What aspect of self-esteem is being fulfilled organization-wise? Just give me a second. I need to Yeah, please continue. Please continue. Just a second and I'll be back on the video.
Okay. So, Niranjan, I think high self-esteem somewhere leads to better or greater confidence in decision making, willingness to take initiative, and sometimes also, I mean, it depends, openness to feedback and growth. Okay, so if the group, the employees in a group are very more likely to in such an environment, the employees in a group are more likely to engage uh, quite deeply with their work. I mean, show greater persistence, if I may call so, when there are crisis situation or when there are challenging situations, and contribute in a more positive way towards the team dynamics. And of course, from organizational standpoint, fostering self-esteem through group involvement, especially, I mean, we are talking about in a group setting, it can lead to higher maybe retention, stronger collaboration, and definitely a more positive work culture.
You're right. And how do organizations in today in your own companies, how do you as an organization promote self-esteem to increase? What do you do? It's very common to most companies. What do you do today to promote self-esteem?
I did not get Abhishek's answer. So you asked the question, how group fulfills the need of an organization pertaining to self-esteem.
Mm-hmm.
I could not relate with what he was answering. Abhishek, can you
Okay.
just clarify a little bit more, or if Niranjan, you understood him better, maybe you can explain what he was trying to say.
No, what I was saying was, Dipti, that okay, I mean, if self-esteem is high for every individual in a group, okay, I mean, in a group setting, then I think that, I mean, as Niranjan was also saying, that okay, when we are in a group, it is like, okay, we are motivated. We also have some high self-esteem. That means we are very likely to support each other in that group. Now, if the group, if all the members in the group have very high self-esteem, then I think that also help in a lot of decision making, willingness to take initiatives. Now, if one or two individuals feel that okay, they are always low, they do not have that high self-esteem, perhaps they're less likely to even contribute in a group setting. I'm thinking from that perspective.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Niranjan, I have one question also for you. So I'm able to imagine, when we say security, I mean, security from an organization perspective or status from an organization perspective, but I'm not able to imagine or visualize self-esteem in, from an organization perspective. So I'm able to, how group fulfills the need of an individual pertaining to self-esteem. I can imagine that, but
Sure.
but I'm not able to when it comes to organization and self-esteem. You have to help me a little visualize
No
that in
problem.
some way.
Sure, sure. So organization and self-esteem. So again, right? First definitions.
Does it
Yeah.
mean efficiency of the team to achieve a particular goal that would make them feel
Efficiency, yes, but it may contribute more to goal achievement rather than self-esteem, right? Which is also one of the needs anyway.
Yeah.
But efficiency of teams may contribute there. And because you have a team in place, it will be efficient at an average level and it will achieve goals. Now, at an organizational level, how self-esteem can, or what the need of self-esteem, the way organizations fulfill it through groups, is going a little back to what we also discussed on status. Now, when we spoke of status, we said organizations want to be known for something. There is an inherent element that I want to be known for XYZ, that I'm very good at this, that I'm very good at that. Organization at the end of the day is a group of people, but at the same time, organization is represented by individuals.
Yeah.
No matter how many.
Is it
And
not
those individuals also have a need for self-esteem, that I have contributed to this organization being perceived this way in the market. So self-esteem there also, the organization has a self-esteem, so to say, which is something that we need to understand. That organization is not an impersonal object. It is very much a person. We call it organization, but eventually what is organization? It is people. And people who represent organization are also people. We call them leaders, but they are people. They also have self-esteem.
Niranjan, is it
Yeah.
not that? Yeah, is it not that each team is contributing efficiently and to their best and making the organization position in the market very distinctively, competing with the other organization and make a high position of its status. Because it's not a overworking or a over-functioning organization. It has the people contributing the best of the collective effort of each team. It's not one team is performing, the other team is not giving. When there is a organized, ordered kind of result, and people also will be satisfied that they don't have any grudge on the other team, getting the best out of the each department. And this organization is a proud in the in the market. So that could be the status when equally everybody feels. Someone is not feeling that only I am doing that, my department is producing, and HR is not doing. HR may say that this team is not performing, but somebody, when there is an equal kind of distribution of work, and also the every individual feels that they are esteemed of what they are doing, then the organization feels that it is higher in the status.
Even I got it. I'll also quote an example. Yeah, sorry, Abhishek, go ahead.
Go ahead, Deepak.
Yeah, so I got it. It's just like, suppose, getting into IITs. So people know that it's tough. So anybody who's able to crack the exam and finally get into it, or say any group, could be some creative field, say Shamak Davar dancing group. You need to have some level of, you need to have some level of skill and capability to get into it. So once you are able to get into something or crack something, it definitely boosts up your self-esteem, understanding that, oh, I have been able to associate myself with this organization or this group. So that will automatically pump in my own self-esteem. And the person getting into that organization with that X and Y level of a prerequisite skill that was required to get into it will eventually add up to building more of what that organization has to offer or can offer. So,
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
The question, example which Dipti took, or even Rama sir took, I think I was thinking that when we are talking about groups, we discussed largely about the departments in an organization, but also we must have seen, all of us, that okay, when there are specific groups created where there are participations from different departments, could be steering committee, innovation sub groups, strategic groups and all, where people from maybe HR, R&D, finance, different other groups are there. I think in such groups, we actually get to see how collaboration works in a very different, very, very good way. Now, that kind of a group has an ascribed status or a perceived status. If it is successful, people from all other departments try to be part of that group, or regard it as a very well regarded kind of a group. Okay, I think people want to be associated in such cases where they know that there are participations from all different departments, and still it is doing very good. So the sense of kind of that mental mapping of, okay, perhaps this particular department, people from this particular department do not do anything, that doesn't come very easily.
Agree. Yeah.
So for me, when we are comparing the groups, I can compare as an organization to organization.
Hmm.
So self-esteem comes apart from achieving goal, vision, and mission. They can contribute to the society in terms of the social responsibilities also. So it is also a self-esteem to an organization. Sponsoring corporate social responsibilities is also brings a self-esteem when it comes to an organization to organization, groups to groups.
Yes, like between two groups. Yeah, that's a good. It's a different way of looking at self-esteem. But yes, one group versus other group, two different organizations completely. Not looking inward all the time, but also then saying outside, how does it work? Okay, good. Okay, I think we can continue for a while and then take a break, or do you guys want to take a break just now?
We'll finish it and
We can
we'll finish this topic.
Yeah. So, I just want to, to be honest, take a little break from before we move to affiliation, power, and goal achievement, just to sort of, go into something else and then come back to this. So I'd like you to do a quick 5-6 minute activity on norming. So you remember that we, discussed about team norms, in the previous class, and we said forming, no, norming, storming, all of that will happen, performing, then adjudication, yes. But one of the more important segments, one of the more important milestones in this, 5-stage team process is that of norming. If we get, because forming will happen and there would really be, there are ways to, there's a science behind how you can do formations and all. But what has been proven to be very effective in groups is norming. So I just want all of you to individually write down, and then we'll make a note. And this is just a little breakout from, just discussing the needs of groups. And we'll come to that because we have to finish 3 more. Is norming. If you were in charge of a team, and if you were asked to, of course, it will be a team effort for norming to be effective. But for now, for the purpose of this class, we'll make it as an individual effort, more for academic reasons. What kind of team norms would you recommend for your team to have today? All of you work in teams of some size, big, small, formal, informal, whatever. It could be friendship groups also, right? Think of any group of your choice. Think of formal, informal, friendship. Think of any group of your choice and tell me, firstly, write it down. At least 3, not more than 5. What are the kind of norms do you think you should inculcate in the team of your choice, whatever that team you want to pick up? So make a note of maybe 3 and maximum 5, and then we will have a quick discussion around team norms. Okay. What I was trying to say is that just so that we can narrow down your effort into what is expected, team norms will not be very long statements. They will be very short statements.
Kind of pointers.
Yeah, there'll be pointers, but they'll be very clear. They'll be smart. Right? So don't be long statement, lengthy one. No. Lengthy discussions can happen, but the eventual statement should be short statements. And I'll give you an example also, just so that you're more focused in your effort. Feedback should be one-on-one. That is a team norm. As simple as that. Right? So similarly, 3 to 5 statements is what I am looking for from you. And maybe what you can actually do is you can type it out, because these are short statements. So that way, we can then go through it in the chat itself. Okay, let me take a look. Okay, so let's start from the first one. So maintain confidentiality. Again, yes, it can be a team norm, but you may want to, add maybe another word to say what type of confidentiality. Like, are you saying data confidentiality? Is it confidentiality of private conversations, whatever, right? So just maybe one more word could help you. You don't need to do it now, but a team norm should be such that, and when team norms, again, going back a few steps, when team norms are needed is when you join a new team or a new team forms, like a project team, or a new manager has come into the team. So at any of these situations, you need to do a norming exercise so that everybody is on the same page with respect to what are the appropriate behaviors in this team. So for example, this is a team, and I'm using Sheena's input on confidentiality. This is a team that deals with employee personal files. Personal files we all have to maintain. HR has to maintain personal files of all employees. Personal files contain all private information of employees. Correct? Compared to a sales organization, where when you think of confidentiality, you are thinking of quotations. When you're thinking of confidentiality, you're thinking of customer information. So the definition of confidentiality may change. So maintaining confidentiality can be a team norm, especially in a job that requires you to constantly deal with sensitive data, be it employee personal data, be it customer data, be it bank data, be it financial data, whatever. So you can say, okay, one thing is that as a team, we will never discuss any of these things just like that. If I need to discuss something with you, then I will take you into a room, because I will follow this particular team norm of maintaining confidentiality. You may want to, in real time, break it down into what does it exactly mean. So for example, if two sales people are talking to each other, maybe it's okay for them to share the quotations they have worked on with each other, but maybe they have to do it privately. They cannot stand in the corridor and be discussing, oh, you know what, this is how much I've quoted for this product, and the other person says, oh, this is, because then it is not. But maybe in a meeting room it is. So you may have to contextualize it a bit. No cell phone during meeting. This is actually a very simple yet brilliant example of what a team norm could be. And this is what I'm talking about. Easy to understand, very clearly articulated. No cell phone during meeting. Simple. This is a team norm. And a lot of, like you go to any concert these days, not these days, you go to any concert, go to any place where there's a large public gathering or somebody's going to address, go to a TED talk. I mean, they will say, please switch off your phones or keep them on silent mode. You are just agreeing to a team norm there while you're part of that concert. It's a team norm. They'll say no videography during the event, no flash photography during the event. All of these are team norms. So team norms need to be clear, articulated statements like no cell phone during meeting. It's very clear that during this meeting, no cell phone is allowed. Outside of this meeting, yes, allowed. After the meeting is completed, allowed. During meeting, not allowed. So it is specific, it's reasonable, it's very time bound, right? So team norms are almost like performance goals in a manner of saying, except that these are things that are related to behaviors and not actions. Okay, so similarly, let's look at someone else. But okay, everyone joins the team Scrum on time. Yes, everyone joins the team Scrum on time. Can be a team norm. Timeliness can be a team norm, that if you have a meeting at 5 o'clock, everybody has to be there at 4:59, right? Or 5 o'clock. That's a team norm. Second, Dipti is saying at least 2 members need to be there to support the function. So leaves need to be planned accordingly. I would be a little not sure about this, because when you say at least 2 members and you've left it to everybody will think somebody else has to be that team member,
No,
not
so I
themselves.
can explain a little bit on this. So this is a team norm which is there as a leader, so
Yeah.
like it's a long weekend. So everybody would want to go and take leaves around long weekends, right? But
Yes.
there can be multiple long weekends in a year, and people need to discuss internally and plan accordingly that who is going to be backing them up when they are going to be on leave, and that needs to be internally figured out. So that's a norm in the team. So they plan it out then accordingly, then they will say that this long weekend I am taking, next long weekend this person will take, and I will.
Yes.
So that's the clear norm in the
So
team.
I'm not saying it cannot be a leader's norm, but a team norm will be something that applies to the whole team at the same time.
Yeah. So this is inclusive of me. So they will come and ask me also that, Deepti, this time will you be able to, this time can we have you included in this, because both of us want.
Yeah.
So
Then
I'm
it is
included in that.
then it
Yes,
is, yeah.
absolutely.
Perfect. Then it is. If it includes the leader also in that norm, then I agree fully that this can actually be a team norm, and that's pretty interesting that if that's the case. Accept mistakes but no lies. Yeah, I mean, it sounds very direct to me. It's possible, but again, you may want to just be a little more elaborate. I mean, not by increasing the length of the statement, but probably looking at exactly where the problem lies. So instead of saying accept mistakes but no lies, you could say accept mistakes constructively. Accept mistakes as soon as they happen. Proactively communicate mistakes, something like that, right?
Okay.
Because a team norm also has to be a positive statement. There cannot be a negative statement like no lies. Because tell me who would admit to lies. But anyway, this is just a, like a quick exercise in helping you to, because when you go back to your organizations, and especially when you're working on, those of you who work on 30, 60, 90-day plans for new hires as part of your L&D objectives, or your part of talent management objectives, team norms is something that you can focus on the next time you create a 30, 60, 90-day plan for a new hire or a new manager. It will greatly help them assimilate in the organization. Okay, that's why we are doing this like short, like breakout exercise before we go back to our main topic, that if you get this right, and if the new hire understands that in a meeting, I cannot take a cell phone, compared to the new hire walking into the meeting with a cell phone and the cell phone ringing 10 times during the meeting. It's a very simple thing, no cell phone during meeting, but it's one of the most violated team norms is what I would say, right? But if that is so essential to the group, if that is so essential to the group leader, it's important that you put it out. And one of the things I have done in my own experiences, I have printed the team norms and put it out on everyone's desk. So team norms are not supposed to sit in a email or a chat. I mean, here we are doing it for different reasons on a chat, but in reality, when you create team norms, they should be visible to the person every day. They cannot be invisible. They cannot be, oh yeah, where are the team norms? Okay, I'm going to check my manager's email 1 year back. Gone. Then nothing will happen to those team norms. Team norms need to be visible. If you have the resources, put it on a nice big board and put it up, big font size near the team, because everybody needs to know what those team norms are, not just your own team members, but even people outside, because there's nothing confidential about team norms. Team norms are going to tell everybody and the rest of the world that this is how we work in this group. And in a way, if your team norms are well crafted or whatever, they contribute to your status also. Right? For example, let's say there are 10 teams all into customer interact. Let's take sales, because we have somebody from sales also. So maybe she can add to this. You have sales. On a board, you put up everybody's sales target and actual achievement. Versus you send an email with this to everyone. What motivates employees more? Which of these motivates?
No, both the fact motivates. Again, displaying on the board, also sending email will also, but again, sending email will notify everyone. Because we add clients also, and we add everyone. So clients cannot see the board and all, the display and all.
Fine.
So both the fact will motivate the agents.
Fair enough. How many times do I see the email in a day?
No, whenever I get email, I used to check like at least.
I know, but that particular email where you
That
appreciated me
happens
from,
like once in a day. Like I used to send this email, the day minus one we used to send. So it's a
Fine.
once in a day. Yeah.
How many times will I see the board?
I see board very frequently because I'm updating in a real time.
Correct. So I'm going, getting a cup of coffee, I see the board. I walk up, I see the board. Walk down, I see the board. Come to office, see the board. Not just me, not just the people on the email. Maybe you copied 100 people on the email, but there are 1,000 people in the organization. My motivation, my status as a group, okay, this is sales group A, sales group B, sales group C. You'll send an email. I agree. I'm not saying email is wrong. You'll do it. You'll appreciate. It'll motivate. It'll increase my status as a group. But sometimes when you put things out visually out there, right? Simple old school appreciation. You put it on the board and say congratulations. Everybody's seeing it multiple times, right? So I'm not saying it's anything good or bad. There's no preferred way of doing it. You need to do what your organization policy allows you to do. But all I'm trying to come back to is, if it is a team norm to do certain things in a certain way, then it should be followed by everyone, right? So, and the more specific your team norm is, the more positive statement oriented your team norm is, you will find that the compliance to that team norm is higher compared to the other way of looking at it. Welcoming diverse opinion. Yes, this can be a team norm, right? But again, I would suggest you to be more specific about what diversity means in your team, right? If you team norm can also then be that one, welcome diverse opinion. Okay, fine. Some people may or may not understand. They might say, oh, what is diverse opinion? So break it down to something lesser. I mean, break it down to a level lower. Okay, so team norms can be anything as long as the team has decided these are our norms. But if you are moderating or facilitating a discussion on team norms, try to push the team not to have more than 5 norms, not less than 3 norms. Because the team does so many things. So you can't just have one norm and say, no. 3 to 5 is a good number, but don't exceed 5. If you exceed 5, automatically people will look at a list of 15 norms and say, oh, this is too tiring. As it is, we've got our performance goals. Now we are supposed to do team norms. What they don't understand is if you conduct the team norms properly, your performance goals are half met already. Right? So team norms, not more than 5. Suggested definitely not less than 3 for it to be like something useful. And something very specific that I can do as a like an action that, okay, I'm supposed to do this, which means I'm not supposed to do something else, but I'm supposed to do this. I'm not supposed to carry cell phones into the meeting. Very clearly understood. So if you can simplify and specify team norms like that, you will find that, you will end up reasonably. And visual display, meaning it cannot sit in an email because, yeah, I'll see the email once, I'll see the email twice. Tomorrow, another 50 email comes. This will become my 51st email. After a month, this email is moved to my junk folder already, or my spam. It's gone out of sight, out of mind, correct? So you have to make it visual. One other way, let us say your organization does not permit you to do visual things. One other way, and we have done this, is where we use a concept called check-in. So every meeting, we will have a quick 30-second check-in on how are we doing with respect to our team norms. So people will say, yeah, we are good. People say, no, I think I noticed a violation yesterday. Right? Now, if the team norm is that we will openly discuss our compliance to team norms, then everybody needs to be comfortable. So somebody might tell me, hey, Niranjan, you know what, yesterday you brought that cell phone into the meeting. I mean, it was ringing as you were talking. It distracted us. Then I should be comfortable with that feedback because it's a team norm now that this is what we will do every day. Yeah. So that's how. So I would really encourage you, right? Even without assuming you don't have team norms today, if you don't have, I would really encourage you to go back, sit with your teams. And we discussed the other day that if you're in HR, does not necessarily have to be HR team. If you're in sales, does not have to be just the sales team. Whoever you are interacting with, whoever you are interdependent with, because you have a common objective with that person, you can sit and write down team norms. Does not have to be, oh, I don't have an HR team. Okay, what team norms? No, that's okay. Whoever your group is that you're interacting and interdependent with, that becomes your group, and that group needs team norms. Team norms is not a choice. It's a requirement. If you intend to succeed as a team, I will ask you, what are your team norms? Because if you are succeeding without team norms, it is not sustainable. At some point it will come back to bite you because you will be like, oh, cohesiveness is missing. Why is cohesiveness missing? Because everybody is doing their own thing. And high performance initially should not be mistaken for high performance permanently. If you expect to put in high performance as a team consistently for the future, you need to go through the team formation process, which is norming, which is storming, which is forming, then norming, then storming, then performing, then adjourning. If any team is serious about being successful for the long term, yeah, short term, yeah. You form a team today, you can do something today. Yeah, but that's not a group because then they're not interacting beyond today. That's a short term group. But anybody serious has to go through it. And if they have to go through it, then I'm assuming forming is something we will do well because we will know, okay, come together. Norming is where maximum derailment happens. And we all tend to jump past norming. We ignore storming and we straight away tell people perform, perform, perform. It cannot happen. And this is not theory alone. This is enough application of this 5-stage process has happened to come to the conclusion that there is absolutely no way you can bypass anything. You can go fast. You can do norming quickly. You don't have to be in storming for too long. Because performing is where you want to spend your maximum time. I agree, but you still have to go through it. Okay. All right. I think you deserve a break now. Because if you don't, some of you are just going to sleep off. I can already see some people who are going to slowly get a blanket. No, you're in Chennai, so no blanket today, but slowly it's going to be like this and then this thing. So before that happens, let us take a break. It's 11:15, 11:30. Can we be back? Yeah. So go get your coffee, get your breakfast, come back on time. Bye-bye. No, still not back. All right,
Yeah, I'm back.
great. So let's get back to our needs for grouping. We discussed security, status, self-esteem. Status and self-esteem, you would see some very close connection between the two. Because having status contributes to your perception of self-esteem, and higher the self-esteem, proportionate to the status you enjoy. So there is a very deep connection between the two. Let's move to the other three. So the next one is affiliation. What is affiliation? We said earlier, right, that inherently we all want to affiliate with something bigger than us. And therefore, you see that affiliation need everywhere. You see that, when, especially, in the US, you see, right, there'll be a affiliation, like there'll be community of people who are Tamilians. There'll be a community of Telugu people. There'll be a community of people from Rajasthan, right? They all go there and they are in the US, and they go and form this community because it gives them a sense of affiliation in like a foreign land. Even in organizations, sometimes you'll have these, at least it was definitely there in schools, used to have these clubs. There would be a writing club, a reading club, poetry club. Who would be in the poetry club? People who like poetry. Because 5 people, 10 people, whoever that number of people are, they all want to be together as a group based on the need of affiliation. And this happens almost everywhere. Buildings have societies. Societies take care of the maintenance, this and that. That is also affiliation. So the need for affiliation is human, extremely human. In organizations, automatically it translates into people, let's say, going out for lunch together. Typically, you will have coffee with certain type of people. If it is informal, if it is formal, that's okay. But if it's informal, you will want to go out for a cup of coffee, or you'll want to go out and have lunch with people who you have a strong sense of affiliation. You're likely not to go ahead and have lunch with somebody who you don't connect with at all. Unless you're forced to, or the circumstance, or if it's a requirement, that's separate. But if you had a choice, your natural inclination is always to go towards people who are like you, who are similar to you, have similar interests. So affiliation. So now let us discuss from an individual sense, but we'll start with the organization maybe this time. Why do groups create an advantage for organizations as far as affiliation is concerned? Think about it.
To show that they are established in a particular technology or an area of capability building, So organizations will have affiliations. Say my organization will have affiliation with Google Cloud, or Google as an organization, then AWS, Amazon as an organization, another organization, right? So we are affiliated, and the group of people within the organization who are into that helps the organization come forward and make those affiliations at the end of the day that will help them get more business and business growth.
Yes. I think you brought a very, very interesting angle to what affiliation means, because so far I was talking about affiliation of groups within the organization. You brought out affiliation between organizations, and that's equally relevant to the concept of affiliation. But the point I will add there is one of the reasons you affiliate between organizations is because it increases trust in the minds of your customer.
Right.
How? When a company says that our cloud partner is Microsoft, in the customer's mind, this shoots up the comfort and the trust they have with your company, because what it means is it tells the customer that all my information is safe. Why? Because Microsoft is handling my information. So affiliation, what I was discussing until now, was within the organization. How does my company benefit by me being part of a group? By my affiliation to the group, how does my company benefit? But I think what Dipti brought about is affiliation between two organizations, which is equally relevant to this concept, and why it increases customer trust. Okay. Otherwise, if the company says, we are affiliated with some Timbuktu software provider, imagine I would be like, I am not sharing my information with this company at all. I have no idea what this information will be used for. So affiliations work both ways. Between two organizations and within the organization. And between two organizations, this is a very good example of how two companies come together and it builds trust, because the other company has a much better trust in the market when it comes to certain things or services. Now, within organizations, why do you think the organization benefits because of affiliation in a group? What comes to your mind? How does the company benefit? How an individual benefits, I think, is going to be an easy one for you. But how does the company benefit? One of the ways the company benefits is talent attraction and retention. How? When you are seen as an organization where groups are being formed based on whatever level of affiliation that they have, for the company, it is a lot easier to retain such talent who are affiliated with each other, who have a sense of stickiness, cohesiveness with each other, as against sets of individuals working there. Because the moment, for example, I have a group in my company that deals exclusively with, let's say, cybersecurity. Their job is to make sure that all our online transactions are safe. And for me as a company, this is a very important thing, because customers are sharing their data with me, trusting that I will take care of that data. So my group, which has affiliated with each other basis on a common concept of cyber security. Let us say if I'm planning a developmental action for this group, I know what to focus on. I know what to do for them, because their common language is cyber security. All I have to, let's say, do is I will say, okay, all of you, why don't you guys go and get a certification from IIT Bombay on cybersecurity? Now, instead of motivating one individual, I've motivated everyone based on the affiliation that they have to the work of cybersecurity. talent retention, attraction, and talent management becomes a lot easier when you have affiliated groups rather than diverse and dispersed groups. Let's say team finance enjoys high status, right? So they're affiliated with each other. Why? Because they're all chartered accountants. It is now easy for me to motivate them knowing fully that they're all finance professionals, they're all chartered accountants, simply by saying, hey, I will send you to the next workshop that Deloitte is organizing on tax benefits in India. That has taken care of group motivation for me. I don't have to individually go and say, okay, you like this, you like this, you want this, you need this. No, I don't need to. So affiliation makes talent attraction, management, and retention very easy for the organization. That is one significant advantage of groups, because whatever action the company takes will apply not to one, but the whole group. And because the team is affiliated to a common goal, they will also appreciate that motivation at a group level. I'm not saying individual, at a group level. Now, at the individual level, of course, affiliation helps because one, as we began this topic, people inherently want to, be part of a group. That's very natural. I want to go closer to people who are similar to me, which is why you would see, generally speaking, I'm not talking of exceptions. Generally speaking, you will go and most likely, if you are if you're a male employee, and male employees tend to take, tea breaks, let's say. I mean, everybody takes tea, but let's say male employees try to take tea breaks because they want to go and smoke also. I mean, everybody smokes these days, but I'm just saying, relatively speaking, you will see that they will go and catch another smoker. A smoker will never go to a non-smoker and say, okay, come, let's go and smoke. No, they will always go and find someone who smokes and say, hey, let's go and smoke. Because they say it's something that you want to do in an affiliated group. Randomly, nobody will go and pick up. Let's say you're going out to have a cup of tea, just like that, right? You will most likely go to somebody who speaks your language. Even if not your mother tongue, at least speaks a language that is common between the two of you. If there's no common language between the two of you, at least somebody who does similar work like you. So the next time you go and choose somebody to be part of your little conversation, do a very quick mental evaluation of why did you pick this person? And you might see that affiliation and similarity is one of the reasons why it happens. It does not randomly happen. No way. We may think it's randomly happening because, yeah, I like the person. No, you like the person. Why? Because they're very similar to you in many ways. There is similarity. Now, forced dissimilarity, possible, not sustainable. And groups need to be sustainable in order for them to be successful. So, which is why there is a lot of research going on right now, and it's still inconclusive, but there's a lot of research going on right now to actually say that the more diversity you create in groups, the less the performance will be. So far, and I also agree, we are all saying diversity, we are pro-diversity, we are champions of diversity, yes. But there is abundant research today that indicates, but again, it's research, right? At one point, there was research that said diversity is great. Now there's research that's saying diversity is not so great. But they're saying diversity can slow down performance in a group if you have too much diversity. So they're saying, no, you need homogeneous group. But again, that's research. Like I said, it keeps changing. So always take it with a pinch of salt, but I'm just sharing it with you for you to understand that the concept of affiliation goes against, in a way, the concept of diversity. In a way. Not, it does not say diversity is bad. It just says that I'm more likely to affiliate with someone who I feel similar to. If that is true, then it means that somebody who's not like me, I don't want to affiliate, which means it's a question mark on diversity. But anyway, that's off topic. Back to the topic, affiliation as a need is met when you are in a group. And this is how it benefits both the organization and the individual. Can you think of maybe one or two more advantages for the individual of affiliation before we jump to the next one?
Organization, I can think one more, Niranjan. So apart from talent retention or attraction, I think talent identification and acknowledgement itself. So it's like if there are multiple individuals existing with some capability within the organization, that may go unnoticed. So when a group of 4 or 5 people come together and affiliate together, basis a common quality, or say, like you just said, right, writing groups or poem groups. So then as an organization, I also get to know my own capabilities existing within the organization. Okay. It could be apart from the immediate things that I would have hired them from. And I would it's like, kind of talent identification, recognition, or acknowledgement, or, identifying your own strengths in a way, diverse capabilities that also I could think of.
Niranjan,
Fair enough. Yeah.
Niranjan, that what I feel is that giving a platform like offsites, that will bring all the employees together, and that gives a more bonding, and then people get to know each other about their families, and very emotional, and they feel the similarities, and also try to catch the wherever they finding which is cohesive. So they will start building that trust also, and it gives an environment both outside and inside the organization also, give a high level of interactions, because they better know each other now. They know the family and what is his family and what is their family, and what kind of a care is needed for them. It kind of a shared belief, they start believing, and also it also kind of a open-mindedness. It open up not only for the things which is regular. Other than that, also they start open up their ideas. They are very open-minded, and then it slowly build up a kind of cohesive environment and the affiliation among the group, within the group, and slowly build up to the organization, kind of healthy, which could bring more results. I feel that more trust and idea sharing could be a thing, and also they try to take risk because they know the other people, and then they believing that they trust, so making them to take innovative ideas and initiatives. So that could be the kind of a plan. So that's what organization, taking people outside and then creating some kind of a thing. So that could, I think that gives more space to the individuals.
True. Good. Very good perspectives to this. Well, one of the things we must do, and one of the reasons why we are focusing on these 6 needs exclusively as a topic is, in most cases, what happens is groups just seem to develop in organizations very organically. They just happen. They just bring people together and say, okay, now you guys have to work as a team. Which is where organizations suffer the most, because a lot of science needs to be applied before you actually allow the organization to form groups. And headcount planning and org structure is a responsibility of HR. I mean, you work with the leadership, but you need to provide that structure to the organization. So when you sit for those conversations and you are sitting and saying, okay, a manager is telling you, okay, look, I have this performance objective. I need to form a team. Okay, HR, please tell me, how do I go about it? Our intuitive response is, okay, let's go and hire 10 people. And that's it. We end the solution there by saying, yeah, we'll go and hire people. No, that's not the solution. Hiring people comes much later in the game. It first begins with, okay, why do you exist as a team? What do you want to be known for as a team? Status, right? Okay, you need 10 people. Competencies, what are they going to do? You're not talking about the people actually here. You're talking about 10 individuals. You're saying, okay, what will they do? Key competencies, right? That will lead you to this thing on what kind of people are you looking at? What kind of affiliation will they have with each other? Yeah, this team is going to be doing extensive sales over the next 3 months because it's holiday season, it's festive season. There is Dasara, there is Diwali, there is New Year, there is Christmas. So for the next 4 months, I need a team. Okay, now you've understood that this is a short-term team. It's not a permanent team. Okay, if it's a short-term team, and if you are trying to, if your objective is, I need to cater to the huge overload that is going to happen because of the festival coming ahead, then it means that when you think of personalities and attitudes, you want people who are go-getters. You probably want people who are more extroverts than introverts because you only have 4 months. After that, the team will not exist. It's a short team for this rise of sales that is going to happen. So now I need more extroverts. I also need people who, and you're still not talking about the actual person. You're still talking about the traits and the behaviors. You're saying, yeah, I need people who can act on limited information and go and give maximum output. Because I don't have the time, the manager says, I don't have the time to sit and train somebody. So all your 30, 60, 90-day plans are gone because by the end of the 90-day plan, the team itself will dissolve. You may have to do something like a 3-day plan. Contextualize. We have to contextualize HR according to the issue. Right? And then, okay, this team is going to come, together. But are you sure that if somebody leaves in the middle, what is your backup plan? That's where security comes into picture, right? Group planning. Okay, 2 people leave. What will you do? Manager will say, no, I'm fine. I'll manage. Okay, great. But you have gone through this process with the manager to say, if you're having a group being formed, what are the needs you're addressing here? It cannot just be, I want 10 people. Now, all of these 10 people, you'll say, look, there's very short time. We can't hire from outside. If you need them by tomorrow, I have to go internally and do IJPs. Okay, I'll release IJP. You got 10 people into the team. You have to form them. You have to norm them. Just because they are part of the same organization for the last 10 years, but today they are coming together for a specific purpose. They are going to be interconnected. They are going to be interdependent. They are going to be interacting. They are forming a new group. So you have to form them first. Give them a name. Give them a place. All formation things need to happen. Then you have to norm them. And as we just learned, right? These are the things you will do. Every day at the end of the day, a sales report needs to be WhatsApp to the manager saying, today I have sold 10 TVs, 20 refrigerators. It has to happen. That's the norm. Then storming will happen because now suddenly some people will be socially loafing. There will be group shift. People will be discussing how to go about sales. Somebody will say, no, I think it's a bad idea to do sales on the road. It's a bad idea to do sales in a mall. We should do online sales. Somebody will say, no, we have to go to a mall and we have to stand there and, we have to attract customers. People will have problems. They will fight with each other. Storming will happen. Now, in a 3-month team, I'm not saying storming needs to happen for 1 month. All I'm saying is it will happen. You as HR, as an expert, need to tell the manager, look, your team will go through that downturn where they will be like, I don't want to work with each other. That can lead to attrition during that time also. So we need to be aware why people will conflict with each other. And the next topic we will pick up is conflict. and how to deal with conflict. The storming will happen, but you will have to help the manager to come out of storming very quickly. But the more time you spend there, you're wasting time, unproductive. Then you finally get into performing. The manager will say, oh, if I have to do all of this, the festival season will be over. No, we are not saying it is going to take a lot of time. All we are saying is it is going to happen in that fashion. So it is your job also to educate managers and help them become better at some of these people management aspects, that this will happen. And then, of course, decline. We'll not discuss the decline and the termination and the adjournment of teams too much, because we need to be definitely concerned about getting past storming and getting into performing as soon as possible through a healthy norming exercise. Okay. All right. So affiliation, questions, clear? Next, last two comes to power. And the topic of power after we are done with goal achievement, topic of power also will lead us to the topic of conflicts. So we will discuss conflicts in the remainder half of this session. Power, as far as the need for power is concerned, when you think of individuals and when you think of organization, very different needs are being met. I mean, very different outcomes are being achieved with this need being met of power. Can you identify some, like if I'm joining a group for a sense of power as an individual, how do I get power by being part of a group? How do you think that happens?
Ranjan, maybe if there is a group which has been kind of created with a lot of autonomy, decision-making abilities for a specific purpose which has been created. That okay, could be anything. That okay. Suppose I'll take an example of HRMS implementation. It was happening from one to another. We had to kind of take inputs from various other departments. It's not only HRMS because it is integrated ERP and CRM system. Everyone will use it: sales, finance, HR, and everything. So over there, a task force was created. Representation came from each department, and of course, they will be at the top of taking decisions for their individual capacity, and they can also decide the budget directly on it. So that was more of an autonomy and did not have to go through the levels of approvals which is required. So over there, and that was I think one of the most important KRAs for that particular year. It would have taken almost 70% of the entire span of that year because it's a big scale, big ticket milestone kind of a work. So over there, people first nominated themselves, but everyone wanted to be part of it. What I noticed, I mean, although finally there were people who were elected, selected, every kind of forms had happened. But when I come out of it and see it from a high level, it felt like, okay, everyone wanted to be there because it was under the direct visibility of the CEO or the CXOs. And a sense of recognition was also there, but power as well. That okay, I could do this, and none of the leaders, even the business leaders, could change any direction over there. Although they had a lot to say, because ultimately those business leaders at some point in time would be using the same tool that we were going to implement. So I think that taste of power is something that everyone wanted to get a bite of. That way, I'm just giving an example, but I think it could be long. I mean, a lot beyond that.
No, that's true. I mean, that is definitely one facet, one element of power. People inherently or individuals inherently feel more powerful than what their individual capacity is when they join one more person like them. Okay. People, okay. Individual feels more powerful than what he or she actually is when they join another individual. As soon as they join another individual, it becomes a group, because we define groups as 2 or more people, at least minimum 2 people. So as soon as I find, now I'll give you a very negative example of how this works out to be able to then, interpret it more positively. You've heard of the word mobs, right? Mob. What happens in a mob exactly? In a mob, essentially, you are creating ruckus in a public space. Let us say 50 people come together on the road and try to stop the traffic. Will the traffic stop? Yes, no?
Will get disrupted perhaps for some time, but it's not about stopping as such.
Okay,
Maybe
it will get
that-
fine. It will get disrupted. Yeah. One person goes and tries to do the same. Will it work out?
We'll figure out a way to just safely pass through.
One person cannot disrupt traffic the same way that 50 persons can disrupt traffic.
Yeah.
Right? It sounds like a very simple mathematical comparison. But now, do you remember we the other day spoke about this concept of group shift?
Yeah.
So if you were to extrapolate this example of group shift, you would see how power plays out in a negative sense. I'm using a negative example just to be able to amplify the positive side of power, right? On the negative side, each of these 50 people I spoke to you about, right? When each of these people tries to disrupt traffic individually, they will fail. They will not, it will not happen. Right? It's not possible for one person to do it, because people will figure a way out to go past and ignore this one individual. But when 50 of these come, the people are the same, the traffic is the same, situation is the same, intent is the same, yet the output is very, very different. Why it is different? Because when two people come together, it creates higher power than what it individually has. And I showed that to you that day with a very funny take on 1 + 1, right? So when it is 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 50, it's okay. Doesn't make any difference. Traffic will not be disrupted. But when you add all the ones 50 times, it is not equal to 50. Because if it is equal to 50, traffic will not get disrupted, because the individual action still remains the same. When the 50 people come together, they generate something which is much higher than 50, which is what creates the issue. So it's a negative example of power. But on the positive side, in organizations, when people come together and decision making happens, if you again use the concept of group shift, if everybody comes with a positive intention, the outcome will be far positive than the sum of the individual parts. That is power. So the individual benefits from group because it gives him a sense of being in the center of power. That this group, because now this whole thing has been spread out equally, this group is powerful. We can do things that nobody else can do. I feel powerful. It is linked to my status. It is linked to self-esteem. All of these needs are interlinked. But I feel powerful because I'm part of this particular group, and any group that could be. right? I feel powerful to be part of that group because of the kind of work that we do. Because the need for power is also very inherent. I want to have power as a human being. Groups give me that power. No matter how intelligent I am, no matter how knowledgeable I am not going to feel powerful unless I'm joined by somebody like me. Now you see leaders are all individuals. But remember, leaders draw power from the groups that they lead, not because they are, what do you call, they are powerful personally. It's because the groups that they lead. So the need of grouping for organizations in the context of power comes from the fact that leader draws his power from the people. Same for a political leader. You have one person who's the head of the political party, but he is drawing power from the people who vote for him. That is the power structure for him. That's the base of power. That's where power sits for him. Otherwise, what is a leader? Personally, what can a leader do? Nothing. The leader was voted to power because of 40% vote share. The leader was voted to whatever position because of 40% vote share. That 40% vote share is my power. And that 40% vote share comes from the group of people who vote for me. Similarly, in an organization, I'm the CEO of the company. I've got 10,000 people in my organization. I lead 10,000 people. This group of 10,000 people is my power. Otherwise, purely CEO means what? Nothing. So that's how I derive power from a group. If there was no group in my organization, there wouldn't be any power for me to derive, no matter how successful my organization is. It's a different issue that a groupless organization cannot be successful. But anyhow, for argument's sake, if I say there are no groups in this, it's just me, and then there are 10,000 people who are doing 10,000 things. No, it will not work that way, right? So power comes from that angle of, feeding, or groups feed into my requirement of power, both as an individual and as an organization. Any questions? Any thoughts?
Yeah, Niranjan, the other side is also that from individual perspectives, if you talk about maybe undermining their weaknesses, maybe being in the group. So in order to get rid of their, they may feel inferior in their potentials or strength. So that's why, being part of the group, and that make them unconditionally trust each other and become a, kind of power. Because if this cannot be done as an individual, I have to be a mob, create a mob. I don't have that kind of a strength. I need people of, group gathering. So it's like, it's building up from the negative to positive, whatever, like earlier we studied that, it's just compensating the weakness to strength. Yeah, that could be the transition or transformation of weakness to becoming.
Yeah. Yes.
Have the power.
Correct. Absolutely. Any other points? Okay. All right. We move to the last one in this segment, which is, why do groups exist? Because there's a need for goal achievement. Now I go back to what one of you said at the beginning of the class, where you said, if I have certain weaknesses, I know that. And somebody else will have that strength. Can anybody here claim to have only strengths and no weaknesses? Whether we say it out aloud or not, in our mind, we know what our weaknesses are and we know what our strengths are. To be fair enough, we know both. We know this is what I'm good at. I know that this is not something I'm very good at. But one thing that is common between all of us is it may not be your strengths and weaknesses. My strengths are your weaknesses, your strengths are my weaknesses, vice versa. But the one thing that is absolutely common between you and me is we both want to achieve something in life. Is there anybody here who does not want to achieve anything in life? No? Yes. I know it's Saturday. I know you want to achieve something today, but still, till we end the class. So our strengths and weaknesses may differ. If we are 14 people, we may have 1400 strengths and weakness combinations. That's fine. But the one thing that is common between all of us is that all of us have a common need to achieve. And I know, again, in my mind, even if I admit it or not, is that with my weaknesses, I am not going to be able to achieve what I want. Because my weakness will come in the way of my achievement in some form or fashion. It will. I know that inside of me, whether I admit it or not is not the issue. Now, that being the case, I know I have a weakness. I know I have to achieve a goal. What is the solution?
Form a group.
Form a group. Does everyone agree? Yeah. I will go and find someone who has the strength to counter my weakness. This is how groups form. A manager has a requirement of selling so many electronic products over the festive season. He knows that with the existing team, the weakness is that, look, we don't have enough people. It's a resource weakness. I don't have enough people to be able to execute the sales over the next festive season. So to overcome that weakness, what is the strength for resource weakness? Is that you go and hire more resources. And that's what the manager does. He says, okay, I'll form a group focused specially on festival sales. Right? So goal achievement is common. Strength and weaknesses are not common. Because they are not common, they allow me to go and form a group. But this group now has a common goal to achieve, and that goal achievement is therefore one of the big needs that the group is answering from the individual's perspective. And in this case, same reason applies even in the organizational context, not a different reason. The need of goal achievement is both individual and organizational. And that cannot, I mean, there's no difference there. Both sides want the same. Therefore, groups get formed. Okay. We spoke of power. But before before we get into the darker side of power, which is conflicts and why people conflict, I want to spend a little time on the one thing that keeps the group going. Okay, you've done norming. Let's say you've passed storming. Now you're performing. Let us say that norming was also easy. Storming was also easy. Yet, the group comes to performing stage and it is failing to perform even then. What could be the reason for failure, especially after you have done everything you could to form this team and you've gone through all the steps? But what is that one thing that is missing? Giving you a hint.
Cohesion.
No. We've never used this term before in the context of groups. That's another hint. In the context of no. Collaboration we discussed, right? Interactive interaction.
Conflict.
Collaboration.
Conflict.
No. No.
Shared purpose, which is not.
Starts from
Really?
C. C, Abhishek. C.
No.
N word, please.
Commitment, maybe in that case. No.
Contradiction.
No.
Cap-
Come on.
Capability.
What?
Consistent.
It ends with A.
C only, no?
Connecting.
Connecting ends with N. Anantapriya.
Collaboration. Coordination.
You're saying everything except the word. What are we doing right now?
No, tell me the question once more. Niranjan.
Communication.
I mean, I know I forgot the question by now.
The word is, sorry, the question is, despite going through all the formation stages of a team, which is forming, norming, storming, and you've done a brilliant job of the first three. Now you've reached the performing stage. Team is performing, but it is not performing. I'm not saying it's a failure. I'm saying it's performing, but it's not performing where it should be performing because you've done such a good job of the first three steps. What is missing? What could be missing?
Courage.
Hmm?
Courage.
Cohesiveness.
It starts with C, ends with N.
Oh, okay. And then. Oh, what?
Confession. They're not.
You're just going to give me the whole dictionary, I think, by the end of an hour. So if you don't get it right, nobody gets to have lunch today, okay?
God, you are testing the English skills basically.
I'm surprised that more complicated words have come out, but not this one. So I will give it a win.
Maybe coordination is also not the right thing. To now ask ChatGPT.
Oh
What is
God.
that? Communication. Well, I think someone said communication already.
No, did someone? I didn't hear it. So communication, sometimes we complicate things. No, that's what OB does. We complicate things so much we forget the basics. So communication is a derailer to the best intended teams. And teams who've gone through everything by the book. Everything is fine. Org structure is there, policy is there, fairness, transparency, ethics, core values. Extremely competent people, extremely brilliant people, knowledge, skills, attitudes, everything is there. Keep everything on the left side. And then say, where are we on communication? We are 0. Then all of this just falls like a pack of cards. Because inherently, they say teams do everything and they become so goal oriented that they stop communicating with each other. And I am not talking about communication in the manner of, hey, let's go and have a cup of tea. How are you doing today? Not that kind of communication. I'm talking about communication that is relevant to the goals and objectives of this team. So the simple theory of communication, and I'm sure this we have studied quite a few times in the past, but we'll quickly sort of revise it, right? There is a sender of communication. There is a receiver of communication. That's simple to the communication process. Somebody is trying to communicate. Somebody is trying to listen. This is the basic two roles. There are only two roles in communication. One is ears, the other is mouth. Nothing else needs to happen in communication. So there's a sender, there's a receiver. sender sends a message encoded in whatever, right? Encoded as in but whatever he wants to say, feel, whatever he's trying to, all of that is encoded in a certain style that the sender wants to communicate in. Then this is transmitted to the receiver who gets the message, and the receiver decodes this message. Now, the problem of communication does not happen at the message stage or the encoding stage. Neither does the problem of communication happen at the receiving stage or the decoding stage. The problem of communication happens at this stage, which is how is this message being transmitted? The reason I say that the receiver message and the decoding is also not a problem is because the receiver will decode the message in a way he understands. So whatever he understands becomes his reality. And whatever is his reality, we cannot argue it. This is reality. My reality is my reality. Yours may be different. Reality does not have to be the same between two people. Only facts need to be the same between two people. Reality, my reality is based on my perception. So my perception is I wanted to say X, Y, Z. But you decoded it as A, B, C. Both are realities that you as an organization need to worry about. With me? So the problem is not in XYZ or ABC. The problem is how this XYZ was transmitted to the receiver. Because the fundamental of communication is how is the other person understanding? The fundamental of communication is not what was to be said. Fundamental of communication is what has been understood. So therefore, my communication, for it to be effective, needs to be based on my receiver's reality, not my reality. Yeah. So the single biggest problem, why a team that has got 99 things checked, why such a team again fails to perform, as in not performing as per the expected standard, is because there's a derailment of communication. Now, is communication merely communication that, okay, I tell what you want to hear? No. It needs to be eventually linked to the goal and objective also. What is also important in communication is in which direction are we talking? This is super crucial. Oftentimes, our tone, language, tenor, all remain the same no matter whom we are talking to. But we need to differentiate between the direction of communication. Any guesses what are the three directions of communication? Let's see if this hinting works. What could it be?
Unidirectional, bidirectional.
What is this?
No, are you talking about the upward, downward, and lateral? Something?
Upward, downward, and
Downward
lateral.
and lateral, or maybe horizontal or whatever.
Okay, only Abhishek gets lunch today.
Today is veg.
Today is veg, so you get veg lunch. Others don't get that also. So the direction of my communication One concept is I need to, for me, my communication to be effective, it needs to be in a manner of how the other person will understand it, not how I want to say it. What I want to say is immaterial. How will the other person understand is most important in communication, because the purpose of me communicating is I want you to know about something. So if I don't do that in a manner you understand, then why am I communicating in the first place? Now, the second idea here is I need to communicate in the direction intended. For example, if I'm trying to communicate with my manager, it needs to be very different from how I communicate with a colleague. And I'm not talking merely about things like, okay, how will I address my manager? I'll say, dear sir, if it's a very formal organization. With a colleague, I'll just say, hey. I'm not talking about that. Yeah, that also may be, but that's very basic. That's just like, I'm not talking about that. What I am talking about is the way I structure my communication with my manager, the kind of information I share, the depth of information I share, the timeliness of information I share, all of this is very different from the same things I will do to a colleague of mine. And is equally different when it comes to when I do it with a team member of mine. So the same message may be given in 3 different ways depending on what is the direction of my message. It cannot be the same. If it is the same, this is where performance suffers. Because for us to perform in today's knowledge economy, information and data are the single biggest resources we got. We are not using our hands anymore for working, like mechanical industrial workers, right? We are not like physically exerting any this thing. So a lot of our work is basically information sharing. I know something, I share it with you, you know something, you share it with me, and that information leads to something related to common output. So direction of my communication is very, very crucial to how I communicate in organizations. Then, of course, you have, the simpler type, you have oral communication, written communication. I don't need to go into the depth of it because in the organizational context, both are used very effectively. And since we have been using it very much in our professional lives, you already know what it is. But where I want to focus on is the first 2 concepts, which is what is the direction of your communication? Are you speaking too high level to a team member? Communication is failed. Are you speaking too many details with your manager? Communication is failed. Are you discussing things that are not relevant to the group with your lateral colleagues? Communication is failed. Now, in your mind, you may be thinking you're doing the right thing, but if the receiver is not receiving it that way, it's a pointless effort. Okay. One offshoot of communication, or one offshoot of the direction or all of this communication is called grapevine. What is the other term for grapevine? It also starts from G, ends with P. This you have to get right. I'm going to be very disappointed if you don't get this right. What's the other word for grapevine? There are only 4 letters in between.
Wine.
It starts with G, ends with P. Okay. What happens when we have too much free time at work? What do we go and do with our friends?
Gossip.
Gossip.
Yes. Okay. Now, is gossip healthy or unhealthy?
Healthy.
Healthy?
Both.
Both? Raise your hand if you think gossip is healthy.
Depends.
No, you have to pick one. Is
Oh.
gossip healthy or unhealthy?
Then I will pick unhealthy.
Unhealthy?
Yeah, at least I will pick unhealthy.
Okay. Unhealthy?
Unhealthy.
Anantapriya still doesn't agree.
That's the motivation.
Anand Priya, let us know if you gossip a lot.
So gossip is healthy. Okay. In the organizational context, little bit of gossip is healthy. Why? Because gossip eventually is a form of expression. And between expressing and not expressing, you would rather express. But when it becomes unhealthy, one, when it starts eating into your performance time. Two, when you start making decisions based on it, then it is unhealthy. As long as you're doing it just to express and enjoy your cup of coffee more than what you would without gossip, it's okay. But affecting performance, impacting decisions, then it is unhealthy. Now, we are concerned about the unhealthy part because what happens in grapevine or gossip is, first of all, especially when gossip starts becoming and impacting your decision-making skills. First thing with gossip is anybody can gossip, right? There's no hierarchy, there's no org structure, there are no policies. Anybody can gossip. You can gossip about anything you want, correct? So the first problem of gossip is it is not controlled at all by the organization. So imagine you had a room, one nice meeting room, and you were all told you all can go into that room for 30 minutes every day and gossip for 15 minutes and come out of the room. It will be called the gossip room. It's not like that, right? Gossip happens anywhere. Standing in the corridor, on the phone, on chat, on email, wherever. You can do it wherever. So it's not controlled by the organization in any way. But the problem of gossip is not that it is not controlled by the organization. Problem in gossip is, and that's when it becomes unhealthy, is that it is believed more. That's the problem of gossip. It is believed more, which is why organizations are concerned about it. Otherwise, organizations are like, why do we care? We care because it is believed more. You hear about a colleague's promotion via gossip. You believe it more, right? Oh, this guy got promoted. Versus you get it from a formal channel, org announcement, that we have promoted so many people. I'm not saying you don't believe the org announcement. I'm just saying you believe the gossip more. So the org announcement said he got promoted. But the gossip is saying he got, you know why he got promoted? Because 2 weeks back, he called the boss to his house for a dinner party. So now the promotion is gone. Gossip is about dinner party. So gossip, the problem with gossip is it is believed more by people. Now, 2 people are gossiping, it's one thing. But 2 becomes 20 very quickly because each of these 2 go and talk to 2 more. And let me be very clear. Men gossip as much as women. It is not I mean, they say, oh, women gossip. No, no, no. Men are sometimes far worse than women in terms of gossiping, I feel.
They have to just get the right group again.
Right?
Thanks for being honest, Niranjan.
It's not a gender thing. It's a human thing. Human thing. We love to gossip. But the only thing, like I said, it should not come in the way of our performance, should not impact decision. The problem is that both of these things happen, which is why we need to understand that in the context of communication, which is a subsect of performing, I don't communicate just for the sake of communicating. No, I communicate because it helps me to perform better. One of the derailers of communication, therefore, is grapevine. Because before I communicate something formally, if the gossip has already done its job, then my communication has already failed half. Therefore, managers need to plan very properly about how to go about communicating things in the organization. And managers need to have a very tight control on communication aspects. And mostly, when we gossip, right, we will share just the version that attracts us the most. Will I ever gossip about my weaknesses? No. Will I ever tell how I did not do my job? When I'm gossiping about somebody else's promotion, I will never say, you know what, but I actually missed my targets. No. It is always going to be about what this person did not, what the other person did not do, despite which he got a promotion. It's never about me, which means gossip is very selective. And it only promotes my self-interests. These are the three problems of gossip. Gossip by itself is not a problem. It's okay. It's healthy because it's a form of expression. You go talk, whatever, end it there, great. But when it causes one of these three things, because of these three aspects related to gossip, it becomes a problem for me. So now one way for you to tackle the problem of grapevine or gossip is to inculcate better team norms. The way for you to counter this is team norms. The way for you to counter this is not by creating a policy that says you shall not gossip in this organization. No. You put a policy like that, I can rest assure you, everybody will be gossiping about it tomorrow. So policy is not the response to this. Team norms is positive team norms that say, how will this team communicate with each other? How frequently? On what topics? So when you set a very clear system of communication, you will find that the grapevine is reducing. It will not eliminate. There will always be somebody who wants to go. That's okay. Let them do it. But the only way to reduce the negative impact of gossip is by strengthening your communication norms. And communication is one thing that we take for granted. We believe it is happening. Because I'm talking right now in this class, I believe all of you are understanding what I'm saying. It could be a false assumption. It is possible that none of you are understanding what I'm saying, is just going over your heads. So that's why I have to check. Okay, are you with me? Questions, clarifications. That's my way of saying, okay, if you're not getting what I'm saying, or if I'm going too fast, I'm going too slow, whatever, if this communication between me to you is failing, okay, what do I do? Okay, guys, tell me, any questions? Are you with me? These are all my questions to ask you. Are you with me? And if you're not, then you have to be honest enough and tell me, hey, look, I don't think I understood, right? Fair enough. So that's how I do it. That's how I'm checking myself on the communication bit. But if I don't, if I just say, okay, this group, politics, power, personality, go on and on and on, with the assumption that because I'm talking, you'll understanding. No, it will not happen. So the single, there's a very interesting saying which goes, the the most important aspect of communication is that the illusion that it is happening. Talking with my mouth is not communication. That is just words coming out of my mouth. That's it, nothing else. Communication is when you are understanding what I'm trying to say. And it is my responsibility to make sure that I say it in a way that you understand. It is not your responsibility because I am choosing to say something. Otherwise, I'll just keep quiet. Okay. Any questions? Any thoughts on communication? Because it's a big derailer and we don't talk about it because our illusion is that it is happening. Questions, comments, feedback?
I think today's session was quite, again, intense, but equally encouraging, I would say. Because whatever, I mean, of course, Niranjan, whatever you took us through, those are available in books, but at the same time, the insights which came from various people, even the participants throughout, and then whatever you also elaborated more on those real time, I think those are not very well available. Even you go to online sources until you research. So, I mean, those are the enriching factors, I would say. So, thanks to the entire group for that, and thank you, Niranjan.
Yeah. No, that's true. Because unless we understand all these concepts in a way that we apply it at work, then it'll just remain in books. And I'm not saying everything we learn will apply today. It will apply eventually in our professional life.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. All right. One of the fallout of power, like Deepti, were you saying something?
Yeah, maybe towards the end, if you can give me 5 minutes, I really have something important to discuss with you and everybody over here.
Okay, sure. All right. But remind us in case we forget, huh?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
We just learned in communication.
Absolutely.
If we forget, then it's your mistake, not us. Just kidding. No. Yeah, guys, let's remind ourselves that Dipti will speak at the end of the class. When we spoke of power, the positive side of power, we have definitely evaluated. We understand what power is. We understand what effects it can have on the group, on the organization, on the individual. But one of the fallouts of power, so to say, is that when there is imbalance of power, it can lead to conflict. And in the context of group behavior, another derailer, apart from bad communication, is conflict. Interestingly, both starts from C, but one derailer is the illusion that communication is happening. The other illusion is that because affiliation has occurred, because similar people are working with each other, they will all be nice and friendly to each other. No. The moment you bring two people in an equation, okay? The moment you bring two people in any equation, there is ground for conflict. Any two people. There is no relationship that can survive without a conflict. Now, whether they speak about it, whether they don't speak, they fight about it, they don't, that's a separate issue. But the fact that two people will have a difference of opinion in almost, not just almost, 100% of the settings in this world is true. And the moment you have a difference of opinion, there comes conflict. Now, it could be a temporary conflict, it could be a permanent conflict. It could be, like they're fighting, patching up, all of that, yes. But conflict will exist. Not just conflicts between two people at the org level, you have conflicts between two groups also. Two groups could have conflict with each other. But there also, if you look closely, there is going to be that element where you can still drill it down to a conflict between two individuals. Two heads of departments don't get along very well. And it appears like two groups are fighting, but it's actually the two HODs who are not getting on very well. Accounts receivable, accounts payable is not getting on very well within a group. It's actually the two people, but fair enough. For sake of our topic, we can say, and it's true that two groups can also be in conflict, because sometimes the goals of one group could be in conflict with another group. For instance, compliance versus, say, sales or finance. Let's take sales. Compliance requires that sales documents every sale at the end of the day. But the sales guy says, if I spend 1 hour in documenting everything every day, I lose that 1 hour to building new customers. So the sales manager says, instead of sitting and documenting it every day, I'll do it once in 3 days. I'll do it, but I'll do it once in 3 days. Now the conflict here is not on the documentation bit. Conflict here is whether it should be done at the end of the day or can it be done every 3 days. Nobody's saying I will not do documentation. So which means the goal is still being achieved, but the how to the goal. Now let's assume that there's no legal requirement to do it every day. It's just a thing because, when you have a lot of sales, finance wants to know how much money we are going to get. And it's always good to have a projection as early as possible. If it is every day, it's good because I need to know what my cash situation is on the next day. If I'm going to do it every 3 days, suddenly after 3 days, I'll see a rise in my cash situation and then suddenly it will go down. Doesn't look good to investors. So that's why as finance, I'm saying you have to do it every day. But sales is saying I don't have time, boss. I'll do it only once in 3 days. Conflict. So they have communicated with each other. Communication has happened.
No problem.
But they are in conflict because the goals are in conflict. At times, you see that also. Interdepartmental, if it is not personal to the two people in those departments, it could be as simple as a conflict of the goals. And nobody's making a mistake there. It's just how it is. Sales is right. Because every day if I have to document for an hour, I might as well do it once in 3 days, right? Or I'll do it on a Saturday when the sales are generally low, or I'll do it on a Monday when, most people start their, at least, a lot of shops and all start a little late because Sunday has been very hectic. So sales, I will say I'll do it every Monday because I have enough time that day. Finance is saying, no, I want it right now. Conflict, right? So even though they have gone through everything, communication has happened, they are still in conflict. And, as group sociologists, we are all now group psychologists, let's say, we need to understand how do you reduce this conflict between two people or two groups? According to you, why does conflict happen in the first place? What leads to conflict?
Conflict of interest.
Okay. So
When-
one second.
When I have this perception that what I'm saying is only right,
Okay.
one way of approaching an issue or a problem or a topic.
The objective of what they want to achieve or what they're trying to achieve.
Okay, just making notes as you speak. Okay.
When the points are not considered.
What if we did it in a different way? Conflict.
And in all these examples that you're giving, how often do you think So of course, I'm sure when you're giving these examples, you have also been in conflicting situations, right? Has any of you not been in a conflicting situation ever? No, right? We've all been in conflicting situations. So now, if you have been in conflicting situations, do you think you are in a conflicting situation because of bad intention? Or let's say the person who you are in conflict with, does he or she have a bad intention?
No.
It is based on what we believe, no? And what kind of
Agree.
yeah.
It's maybe the interest, how it serves.
But when I asked you that when you are in a conflicting situation, do you have a bad intention? Immediately your response is no, 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 not at all. My intention is very good. But when I flipped the question and said, do you think the other person is bad intention? You took a 2-second pause to think, yeah, maybe. Yeah? Honest?
That's human.
It's human, right? Now the other person is also thinking of the same, no? The other person feels he or she does not have bad intention, but you have bad intention. Correct? So now when you say conflict of interest, when you say like all the reasons you gave why conflict occurs, does conflict eventually have to do with the subject matter at hand, or does it have to do with the trust in the other individual?
I think it should be about the subject matter.
In reality, if that's the case, then why would intention even come into play? If it is about the subject matter, then both of you are subject matter experts. It should be resolved very quickly. But why is conflict so stressful for most if it is only about the subject matter? In fact, if conflict is about subject matter alone, it should be easy to arbitrate because you can go to a third party who is an even bigger expert in that subject matter and say, hey, tell us what to do. And there's no scope for even the conflict to arise. Why is it that conflicts are so stressful and to the point where some conflicts can even result in disciplinary issues? Why does it take such a serious turn if it is only about subject matter?
I think often it's credit, ego, these stuffs come into play. Although intents are very clear, we have a shared purpose. But I mean, we all work in our own interest as well. I mean, organizational directive is one thing, but then even while kind of chasing in pursuit of a common goal, I would say, it often matters that okay, how my contribution is going to be seen or be more visible. My approach is not being considered or not. I mean, that's again ego. In we there's a very thin line between ego and self-respect, which we over often try to kind of forget. But these are few things that I feel works in the conflict.
Yeah, such questions, that matters have been already settled. That, unnecessarily raising that point again, or, addressing some troublesome issues that irritate others, So that could be leading to kind of unhealthy conflicts. But otherwise, conflict is to more into making inquiries, not advocating. Stressing on that point, inquire and find solutions from taking different views from different peoples.
True. So, like I asked you for gossip, do you think conflict should happen in the organization or not?
It should happen.
Should happen.
Yes, yes, definitely.
But then all of this is a big problem, right? Self-interest, goals, ego, trust. Then why should conflicts happen? Wouldn't it be
Otherwise, if
amazing?
sorry,
Go ahead.
I think if everybody agrees with everybody, then there'll be no innovation, no generation of new ideas. There'll be stagnancy, monotony. So we need newer ideas to come into picture. Though it may not be I may not like that idea, or probably it may not be exactly the way I think or whatever. But yeah.
Absolutely right. Just like gossip, a little conflict is good. Again, as long as it does not impact performance or come in the way of decision making. And the conflict needs to be way above trust, ego, belief in the other person. So if you do not have trust in the other person, you have a bigger issue to deal with. Then it is not the conflict that's the problem. It's not the subject matter. So you were right when you said that it should be just the subject matter, which is a conflicting issue. It should not be that I don't trust your opinion. Because if I don't trust your opinion, then conflict is much more a mature concept. You have basic problems of trust. So solve trust first. Don't try and solve the conflict. Because the conflict by itself is not a bad thing to happen if it is limited to the subject matter. So in the sales example we took, if the conflict is about should we do online sales more or should we do, like physical mall sales more, that's a subject matter. An expert advice is needed as to what is the customer wanting right now. Is it online? Is it offline? That's okay. It may lead to a very innovative idea that, hey, let's do hybrid, which means, I don't know if you've seen these furniture, like, this Pepperfry, Urban Ladder, and all of these people today, they are completely online. They sell online. But you can go to one of those studios just to touch and feel their products. You can't buy anything there. I don't know if they allow that also, but when they started, they said, if I'm buying furniture, I want to touch the chair. I want to touch the bed. I'm not going to be able to see it online and say, oh, what a beautiful bed this is. I want to buy it. No. But the Urban Ladder guys or the Pepperfry, all of them, what they started doing is they said, okay, we'll set up small studios, in malls and all, one corner. They'll just have a small studio of Urban Ladder. You can go and see how the product is, but you have to still go online and buy it. So innovation happened. Maybe somebody in Urban Ladder conflicted saying, no, we have to go and set up a shop in every city. And somebody said, no, that's a model we don't work on. Subject matter. But they trusted each other. So it created something innovative called studios. So I agree that as long as conflict is restricted to the subject matter, it is all right. The better expert will decide. At least some innovation, creativity will come out of it. But if the conflict is because I don't trust you, then the subject matter is irrelevant. I need to go and fix my trust issues. I need to go and first sit with you and talk about why don't I trust you? Fix that. Then come back and start solving the problem. Oftentimes, we try to solve trust issue by impacting the subject matter. We don't recognize this to be a trust issue. I start putting things like, oh, this person doesn't listen to me at all. So it goes on building on the whole thing. At one time, two people say we don't want to work with each other, or two departments say we will not work with each other. Because You have not addressed the trust issue, or you have not addressed the issues that are actually there. You've tried to focus on what you're seeing on the surface. So that is one, issue of conflict. But on the positive side, conflict is absolutely okay because it is bringing in two different perspectives on the same topic. And two perspectives are always better than one. Because now you got introduced to a second, you may take one of these only, that's fine. Obviously, you'll take only one idea forward. But the other idea has come out, and maybe because it came out due to this conflict, you will use it 2 years later. But the thing is, now you have another idea in your kitty, which without the conflict, you would have only been with one idea. Now with the conflict, you have two ideas. So conflict is okay as long as it does not impact performance. Or what is the second one? Just like gossip, you said no, it should not affect performance and it should not come in the
Decision making.
decision making.
So any tips on, how you said address the trust issue, fix the trust. So any pointers, ideas on that?
Any pointers on which part?
Trust issue.
Trust
How
issue.
to tackle trust issues? Yeah.
To tackle trust issues between two people, one of course is there are certain needs. Okay. Every individual brings a certain need to the table. When I come and discuss with you on a particular topic, on a particular issue, I have certain needs. You also have certain needs. Trust gets formed or eroded when these needs are met or not met. So trust is a very complex topic that way. Why you trust somebody and all. We discussed that in the topic. We discussed that in when we were discussing trust, but at a social basic level, trust is very complex. So instead of looking at trust, look at my needs. So when I'm talking to you, if my need is of being appreciated and that need is being fulfilled by you, I will trust you. I will recommend you. I mean, this is not specific to groups, but in a way it is, because anything human psychology related is relevant to groups. There's a concept called non-violent communication. NVC, non-violent communication. Marshall Rosenberg. Most of information is available online. There's a book also called Non-Violent Communication, but you don't have to go and buy the book, but the website, check it out. Non-violent communication. If you go through it, you will understand a little more in a step detail about needs. What are the various type of needs? And the fact that our needs are universal, which means that just like you have a need for appreciation, I also have a need for appreciation. It is not linked to personality. Whether you're an introvert, extrovert, ambivert, whether you are MBTI, whatever type comes out, whether you are red, green, yellow, blue, the insights colors, no matter which angle you look at personality, everyone in this world has a set of, I think they give it like 64 needs. Everyone has it. Intensity may slightly differ, but everyone has it more or less in the same this thing. We may sometimes hide our needs just because of the situation. Does not mean that we don't have those needs. So my need for appreciation is more or less the same as your need for appreciation. It has nothing to do with my personality. I may be a complete introvert. You may be a complete extrovert. Both you and I need more or less the same amount of appreciation. Little changes may occur, but not significant. So one way to build trust is to identify what is the need at hand and try to fulfill that need. Then competence. It is one thing for us to be able to fulfill the need at hand, but you need to be competent also for it. So if you are not competent, I will not be able to trust you. You trust somebody who is competent. And competence comes out of three things: knowledge, skills, and attitudes. Right? So when you combine these two things and then add the final layer to it, what is the final layer to it? Consistency. So you are able to fulfill the need. We have identified common needs. Okay, we are doing it. Competency is also there. That just because, I have a need for appreciation, but you're not competent to appreciate me, meaning there's no way you will be able to do it because you're not in that kind of a role. But let's say you are in that kind of a role. You're in the manager's role. Okay, appreciation also done. But what's the point in you doing it erratically, randomly? No, it has to be consistent. And I'm not saying consistency means every day, 2 times you have to say it. No, not that. What it basically means is there has to be a consistency to how you're being appreciated. So these 3 things can lead to better volumes of trust between 2 people. Now, when you extrapolate this to the department or the organization, it becomes that much more complicated, but the formula remains the same. It does not change. The formula remains the same. Intensity goes up, it becomes a bit more difficult, but the formula is exactly the same. Between 2 departments also, what are the needs of 2 departments? Like in the finance and sales examples that we took. Finance wants recording of sales to be done every evening. Sales is saying we'll do it once in 2 days or once in a week, whatever, right? They're saying we can't do it every day. What is the need of finance? The need of finance is by making sure that we document all the sales of the day, I know my cash position for tomorrow. What is the sales need? They're saying, I don't have the time. It's not my intent. Intent is okay. I don't have the time to do this every day because I have to be with the customers. When do I do it? But this need for sales also is that we need to know our cash position tomorrow, because based on that, I have to plan the rest of my week. So the need for both is the same. So maybe as a solution, finance can say, okay, you can't write it down. Fine. One of my finance representatives will call you in the evening. Just verbally tell him how much you sold this today. So the salesperson says, okay, I can do that because that will take me 2 seconds to tell him. Or we will create a WhatsApp group. I don't need the detailed accounting report. That can come once in 3 days, as you say. But on the WhatsApp group, just by the end of the day, tell me, okay, today I've sold 10 computers and 10 refrigerators. Over. I will do the rest of the calculations. And when you submit the detailed report, we'll reconcile. Now, in this case, both finance and sales have met their individual needs. The need for time has been met for the need for detail. Right? No, wrong. The finance team's need for information has been reconciled with the sales team's need for more time. By finding a common way to say, put this information in the WhatsApp group and then move forward with your next day. Every 3rd day, come back and let's do a reconciliation. Right? And now you identified the need. Now you need to have the competency. Okay, both of them have competencies. They know how to use WhatsApp. They know all of that. Great. And now suddenly the sales guy says, no, today I can't put it on WhatsApp also. I don't have 2 seconds. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow for today also. Okay, one time, let go. Happens again after 2 weeks. Consistency gets impacted. So the moment consistency gets impacted, trust dives down. Because now the finance team is going to say, okay, I respected your need for time, but you have not respected the need for information that I have. So now you will start reporting it every day. So he will tell the sales guy that you do what I asked you to do earlier because now I don't trust you. Right? So that's how trust gets built or, gets harmed. Okay.
Niranjan,
Okay.
when we talk about power and conflict, always we in between we bring humility. How the person is humble or down to earth or his lowliness or whatever we call it. So how do you coin this word? Like if you keep this in two positions, the leader should have the organization perspective. How it could be designed, how you can do it. Like one thing is that we can see the employee first instead of the other stakeholders. So when the matter like conflict arises, so how this many people have used humility as a powerful tool, proven that it has been given a balanced outcome. So how do you put this word coin between these two?
So see, power comes with the role that you are playing, and I would say that every role has some component of power for sure. No role within an organization is truly powerless. Every role has some level of power. The only difference is some power positions are visible, some are invisible. But every role, right from the security guard to the frontline manager to the employee who's doing repetitive work every day, everybody has power. There are two aspects of power that need to be considered here. One, am I aware of the power that I have? Two, what is the impact of misuse of my power? Am I aware of that? Right? These two things need to be clearly understood by me first as the individual. What is the power I have? What is the impact if I misuse this power? Misuse again, intentionally, unintentionally, that's different. But misuse as in, I do something that I'm not supposed to do, which deviates from my holding of power. So once I address these two, and especially when I address the question of, am I aware of the power I hold and what impact it can cause? Automatically, it becomes a decision point for me that if I'm humble enough, I will make sure that this is never shown to the rest. I mean, where it is not required, I don't show my power. That is the simplest way to determine whether you are misusing or using your power. Conflict, if I use my power to remove the conflict. Now, in some situations, I may need to do so. Very, very high stake situation where I just need to get up as a leader and say, guys, stop fighting. I'm using my authority. This needs to end here. It works, but it works once in a while. It does not work every time. If I use power to resolve conflicts, the conflict remains as long as the power remains. But the thing is, power is not going to be remaining forever. So as soon as that power goes away, the conflict starts again. Because if I don't address conflict the way it needs to be addressed, power is like using power to address conflicts is like, putting a band-aid on a wet injury. It will remain there. You'll cover it for a while. After 2 days, you open it, the injury remains there, or it may have got worse. Right? So you need to treat the injury first before you put a band-aid on it. I just cannot put a band-aid on an injury directly and expect it to heal. No, it will not. It will get worse. That's what happens with power and conflict. That if you use power to resolve a conflict, they're saying, oh, I'm your manager, right? Listen to me. Okay, I'll listen to you because fine. But won't happen the third time, fourth time, 10th time. It will not happen. It will definitely backfire. Right? So power should not, it should be used selectively. Power exists with everyone, no matter which level, which title, which grade, how much salary. No, power exists with everyone in the organization. Different types of power, but everybody has a certain level of power. Observe it. Just observe. Right from the time you enter your office, security guard. I'm not saying he can stop you completely from entering the workplace, but momentarily he can tell you, sorry, ma'am, you can't go in. Show me your badge ID, otherwise you cannot go inside. Can you argue with the security guard? He has power. Now, you may use your power to say, to hell with you. I don't care who you are. I will go. We've seen these cases also of employees doing such things. Now, over there, not because he doesn't have power, but because he's too scared of fighting with you, he might say, okay, go, 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 it's fine. Later, he'll complain to HR, HR will come to you. That's a different thing. But he can stop you. So if he uses his power correctly, he can stop you saying, no, without badge ID, you are not going inside. So power exists everywhere. Exercise of that power is discretionary, which is what differentiates humility and arrogance.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, good. Dipti, you wanted to share something?
No, I'm reminding the last 5 minutes.
Yeah. Cool. So just to recap, I think what we've been discussing so far. So anybody can recap? Somebody who's not spoken so far. No? Nobody wants to recap? That's okay. Should I pick a name now?
I'll go ahead. We're recapping what we did today, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we were looking at why do we need to form groups from an individual and group perspective, and we addressed it need by need. So there are 6 needs. So security, belongingness, power, achievement, and self-esteem and status. And we also looked at how do we go about forming team norms, because the stages of performing and storming, norming, and everything can go smoothly, but it will mostly get stuck in team norms if it's not established properly. So we're looking at how we can go about forming team norms, which has to be very specific, and we also have to contextualize it. And so a team can succeed without team norms, but it's not sustainable. So in order to have a sustainable performance, we need to have team norms, is what we discussed. And we spoke about communication and how the basic theory of communication, it's not the problem, is not with encoding and decoding, but how the message has been transmitted. And the direction of the communication is really important, which can be upward, downward, and lateral. And we spoke about gossip and how little amount of gossip is needed for us to express, but at the same time, it can also be a problem if that impacts our decision making and our performance. Same goes with conflicts as well. And the problem of gossip, not controlled by organization, it is believed more than the formal chain of communication, and it is more selective and it's not, generalized. Yeah, and one way to tackle all these problems of gossips is again to come up with team norms. What kind of communication is okay and on what topics. And we're talking about conflicts, all the pros and cons of conflicts. yes, it does help with new inventions and a creative way of looking at an issue or problem solving. But at the same time, it should not be in such a way that it is going to impact our performance and decision making. If it's subject matter, it's more easier to resolve conflicts. But if it's about trust issues, that's the first thing that we'll have to resolve before going on with resolving the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we're discussing about the questions that were brought up.
Good.
Inba is like our co-pilot, you know. She perfectly summarized the way I would
Yeah.
study.
I agree. Yeah. Thank you, Inba. I mean, it's always helpful to recap because I think what you quickly recap at the end of the class is likely to stay more with you beyond the class. Then of course your own notes and recordings and all of that, but it's great. Thank you for that effort.
Thank you
Inba.
for the appreciation.
Okay, so
another additional responsibility, I think, from the next class that okay, please send the recap to all of us.
Yeah, we've been recapping.
We've all created a perception. She's very trustworthy, you know. We can always go back to her and kind of, you know, check up with her what happened if they've ever missed anything.
Yeah. Okay, I think we pretty much are at the end of our time. So Deepti, anything quickly you wanted to share?
Yeah, I wanted to check with you all one thing. So just when we had about 15 minutes break, I was going through our schedule and I realized that the next Sunday is the exam, Niranjan. Next Sunday also happens to be a long weekend. I'm traveling, so I just wanted to check with all of you if Monday we can take an exam 8 to 10, or how is it? Is it only me who's traveling, or I don't know how everybody plays? It just came to me as a surprise, and since then, one part of the mind is always it's going back on. Oh God, next Sunday, not because of the exam, but because of the I'll be in transit and travel. So yeah, the only advantage I could think of was everybody else will get one additional full day to study and prepare, while I might just be able to pass it.
So my suggestion for this group would be, I understand you have a WhatsApp group with Kelsa and Farida on that. Just chat about it there, and then maybe Farida can give you a solution to this. Especially, I know that
I called up immediately, and Farida said that I can check in the larger group. If the larger group is okay, we can have it
fair
on
enough.
Monday.
It can be a flexible time also. No, you open the link for one day and give the 45 minutes or 1 hour exam time. So whichever preferred time we can appear and it could be it is online only, no?
Yeah, I think Rama, that is not
no, that will leak the question paper, no?
Oh, this is only one.
See, one of you would see, and you can pass it on to others also. That's the easiest way.
Yes.
So I want give me some one time, like what Deepti said, it's a long weekend. You can do it on Monday or Tuesday, whichever you want to, because the Tuesday is not, we are not starting with the next module. So you can have it on Tuesday evening also if you want to, if you all agree to it.
Yeah, I think Tuesday makes sense because anyway we'll have class. If we're not having class, we can use that time to write.
Because we're starting the next module on 26th only.
Okay.
So we'll have 1 week break, and please don't expect this break for all the modules. Just because this faculty is not free to start, we are starting on the next week.
Okay.
How the question paper will be tough?
Tough. You can ask for important questions from Niranjan.
Yeah, and is it going to be multiple choice questions, or how is it? So we need some guidance also from you, Niranjan, on the exam. I think I don't know when.
Minus marks is there?
No. I think we all agreed at the start that no right or wrong answers, so no minus marks for sure. In fact, I think that's a good topic. So it's not just the exam, but you also have an individual project and a group project to be accomplished as part of your course. And then it ends with an exam. So now that you've got thanks to Farida, an extension of 2 days. I would obviously expect that, give more time. OB will definitely come to your use for the rest of your this thing. But it's a combination of multiple choice, if I'm not wrong, plus, little bit of like open-ended stuff, allowing you a healthy mix of being able to, respond and learn. Because for me, exam is a way to evaluate. That's how we normally look at exams. I also look at exams as a way to learn. So you learn something out of an examination as well. So we will continue the process of learning till the exam stage. So exam is not going to be to label you, rank you as, good, bad or anything like that. No, it's a learning process. So we will discuss more, I think, next week on the exam. We've covered conflict today briefly. We will conclude conflict on Monday, on Tuesday. And then we have one more important this thing as an offshoot of the group formations, which is to do with power. How do power equations work in an organization? That's also very important in groups. And I'm not talking about power in the sense of manager employee, not that kind of power. Like I told you earlier, just now, everybody has power. How do you use that power? How does that impact group behavior and organizational behavior? So with that, we will come to a close. Then we will have one more class where I obviously want to spend time on, or maybe even before that, on the individual group projects. And then we'll spend one class, maybe next Saturday, or even before that, just recapping our entire topic, taking questions, seeking clarification. So I think now is the time for you, if not already done, get that book, start reading. Like I told you, the book is not just for this course. If it was only for the course, I will not recommend you to buy it. This is a book that I have kept with me for the last 10 years and I still go back to read it because it will come to your help in your HR or whatever professional journey you are in. It will come to your help every time. So do get that book now. If you can't, I mean, don't have to buy it, go to a library, borrow it if you can. But if you can buy it, it's a great investment. Yeah. So we will talk more about the projects and the exams in due course, but yeah, no exam fear needed. I think exam is just a great way to learn something. And I'm sure all of you are going to do great with
What
the
is the
exam.
duration of the exam? What is the time?
2
We'll
hours.
come back to you. We'll come back to you on that, Rama. Don't worry.
Is what I understand. Okay, so Niranjan, these group projects, when is the submission? It is to be done before the, the individual and projects.
I think, so I don't have a deadline yet in mind, but I'll discuss with Farida also, but we'll give you reasonable time to complete it. We don't want you to rush through anything. At the same time, when you start your next course, it shouldn't be that, you are getting too distracted with a group project. So it has to be reasonably timed also. Otherwise, you will be having classes on different topic, project on different topic. Don't want to distract you too much. So the sooner it gets over, the better. But I think all timelines, everything, will give it to you early next week. Then you can plan accordingly.
In fact, if you have something in mind for individual projects today itself, and some assignment can come today itself, most of us have some part of Sunday to contribute.
Yeah.
So, we definitely make an effort, kind of, do that. So
I understand. And now, as Farida announced that your next faculty is only coming on 26. So as such, if next week, not next week, but the week after that is going to be available, you have actually that week to finish your projects also. So we will see, we will come back with a schedule and then publish it, I think soon enough, but definitely not later than early next week. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thankfully, then next week. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody.
It should
Have
be
a
done.
great rest of the day.
Okay.
Happy
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.